Hello, everyone. Let's see if my mic works today. Can anyone hear me before I go into a long thing and it turns out people can't hear me? It looks to me like people can hear me, but we will see. Yeah, where? There we go. Sudoku pad. There we go. Excellent. Jim can hear me, so either you can all hear me or I'm in your head. Oh, Amy can also hear me. Excellent, excellent. Well, hello, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. We get to start with a puzzle by Santa, although I can reveal that Santa in this case was Derektionary. Yes, can everyone also please check if the thumbs up button is working? That is an excellent way to put it. I've been having problems with the thumbs up button lately. So this is a puzzle by Derektionary. I forget for who. I don't know if my things tell me that or not. It does not tell me. So we will just let's go with it is bi-directionary. And someone may know. Hey, Paulfly, I hope you're doing well. Anyway, as always, we start with the puzzle that has received the most votes in the bucket. And by the way, if you are one of the people who supports the stream and gets to look through puzzles and vote, we added about 40 puzzles, so if you want to go back and vote for your favorites, there is a lot more room to vote, because we had been making remarkable progress at clearing out the bucket, much better than usual, and so I went and ruined that by adding several dozen puzzles. Oh, sorry, Tristan informs me they are not yet there, but informs me they will be there by the time I am done this puzzle. So watch me do this puzzle, and then you can go and vote. But the supporters who voted for this puzzle are Woofer, Nordy, Doomdiot, Luda, Russ, Alathana, and David. So thank you so much to all of you for your support. And let us dig into what is happening in this puzzle. So we have normal Sudoku rules. Digits separated by an X sum to 10, and digits separated by a V sum to 5. Okay, I can handle all of those. Also, we must draw a loop in the grid. The loop can only connect orthogonally between cells and cannot touch itself orthogonally, but then presumably can touch itself diagonally. So we're going to have some loop that's going through the centers of cells like this, and what it's saying is the loop can't do that. Also, it's a loop, so eventually it will close. Like that. That is what makes it a loop. I'm guessing this probably is not the loop, but will be eventually. So the first property is the loop must pass through exactly one digit of each XV clue. This loop did pretty well at that, but not perfectly. And at least one of the digits on each XV clue equals the number of loop cells in the up to 9 surrounding cells, including itself. The digit doing this does not necessarily have to be the one that's on the loop. So if we took, for example, this cell, this one cell is on this XV. If I counted here, there are 4 cells here on this loop. One of these two would have to be a 4, but it wouldn't have to be that one. It could be that one, but it could also be that one. Not all X's and V's are necessarily given. Fair. Numbers outside the grid are Loop Parity Party clues. Shout out to Glum Hippo. These clues give the sum of the digits on the loop up to and including the first odd or the first even digit on the loop, starting in the direction of the clue. Okay. So it could sum all of the odds up to could sum sort of like all the odds at the beginning. So let's see. So let's just fill in some digits here. I should turn on my keypad or I will not be able to fill in some digits. So if I made this 1, 3, 5, 2, I could sum up until the first, and sum up to the first odd digit, in which case the clue would be a 1, or up to the first even digit, in which case the clue would be an 11. I think those are the two valid clues that you could get out of this string of digits, if I'm reading this correctly. In my brain, I always remember it slightly differently, and then, so you're assuredly going to have to tell me that's not how it works, Zeta, at least once when I'm computing a parity party clue in this puzzle. So, yeah, okay. Note if a clue is less than 10, it might simply indicate the value of the first cell. Right, because that could be that there's only one even, or that the first digit's even, in which case then the first even digit's there. Ta-da! Okay. Ooh, that's new. Haha, now when I hit backspace, it deletes loop. Crazy. I don't know if I want that or not, but it's a new thing either way. So I'm gonna try and hide the bet tree away from all of my V's over down here. And so feel free if you have not yet experienced the joy of bet trees, you're to guess what digit will end up here at the end of the puzzle, and your sub goal is to remember what digit you bet. Hey, I'm not 40 yet. I've got another few days. It's more than a few days, but not more than a few months. We've oh yeah, sorry. If you're new to the tradition of the bet tree, the bet tree is a digit for you to guess and then try to remember if you guessed correctly. Or if your memory is bad enough, just try and remember at the end that you guessed the thing that it turned out to be, and that will work out just fine as well. Okay. Hey, Ace of Spades, I hope you're doing well. I was thinking that this whole loop only passes through one thing business was going to be really restrictive, but I'm sort of imagining lots of different ways that I could pass through like either of these. Something like that, for example, would be okay. Is one of them going to put a 5 on an X? Let's see. What if I pass through this cell? No, I could do that, or I could even do that. Ah, okay, I see. It's a V. I don't think I can pass through this cell. Oh, maybe I just can. I can just get away with it. If I pass through this cell, I can make it so there's exactly 4 things on here. Oh, but that doesn't work because it's going to put a second 4 in the box. That can't possibly be the intended break-in, can it? Let me go over that again and convince myself it's even true. So I am hypothesizing that this cell is on the loop. So that forces that because I only am allowed to put one of these two on the loop. Oh, I could turn there. No, sorry. Over here, I've already visited one cell of the loop. So I must turn down on this side. However, up here now, if I took that direction, I now touch 5 cells of this cell, and neither of these things can be a 5, so it would have to go up, and then it would have to make this turn and go this way. And then it would have to go this way. All of this is forced. But now this cell is also a 4, because neither of these are allowed to be visited by the loop. And so this counts identically 4. And so I'd have to have a 4 here and a 4 here, and you can't have two 4 clues. So the conclusion of all of that, and this is probably not at all how I am supposed to think about this, the conclusion of all of that is that this is the cell that's visited by the loop. This cell is not visited by the loop. Now, if this cell is visited by the loop, it forces me to visit both sides of this X. So if this cell is visited, it now forces that, which immediately breaks the rules. And so this cell is also not visited by the X. This cell is now not visited by the X because it would be a dead end. This cell is now a dead end. This cell is now a dead end. And so actually, we get some significant amount of loopage. We get at least that much loopage coming out of this. Okay, and this cell on the loop... Oh, no, sorry. This cell on the loop sees 3 or 4. So I don't know if it's 3 or 4 immediately. So I don't quite know what to do. This is also an X, though, because of otherwise it would be a dead end. So this is an O, and it's a corner, so it's forced to look like that. yeah, there's still sort of various options. Let's see what. So I'm trying to think of the sort of geometry going on here while also. I guess one thing I could do just to make my life easier is to fill in that I know that there's 2 low digits here, and each x has a 1, 2, 3, 4 as well. So these digits are definitely from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If we're into that kind of thing. I don't know that we're into that kind of thing in this puzzle, but do that. Oh, the loop cannot touch itself orthogonally. If the loop goes this way, it would be touching itself orthogonally. Right. The loop counting cell doesn't have to be on the loop. I thought the loop counting cell was on the loop, but the digit wasn't on the loop. Number of loop cells in the up to 9 surrounding cells. Oh, okay, sorry. So Jay Dyer is saying that everything we've done is wrong because I misread the rule. So I thought it was you always count the number of cells on the loop, but then it goes in one of these two. But that's not actually what it is. The thing it actually is that one of the two has this loop counting property. So I think we have to sort of start over again now. Because I just misread what this actually said. Okay, so given that, do I have any idea what is going on? Let's see. I can put a link in chat, maybe. Occasionally, you'll get me to post links in chat. Most of the time, you will not. And so it will usually be either Tristan will be there, will do it, or no one will do it. But I can do it at the moment. It's still true that these digits are all from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That was completely unrelated to anything. So yeah, I don't think this quite worked, but let's see. So let's just hypothesize. We're just going to bifurcate again. Let's just hypothesize that this is in here. That would immediately imply all of this completely. So if this was loop counting, it would be a 4. If this was loop counting, it would be a 4 or a 5. Yeah. So the point here is whichever of these is loop counting is priced into being a 4. But now, whichever of these is loop counting, well, that one's a 4 and that one's a 5. And spoiler, none of those are good. So actually, this arrangement, even though I completely misunderstood the rule, this arrangement completely doesn't work. Well, Jim, it's on a V, so it certainly can't be a 6. But yes, I agree. Technically, 6 is a possibility. The loop could do that. But I can't put a 6 on a V either. So this bifurcation chain breaks. And so therefore, that's the one that is on the loop. This cell is now a dead end, because effectively what you can do is you can view X's and V's as X's, meaning that the loop can't pass through them, because if the loop comes in here, it has nowhere it's allowed to go. So this is unvisited, and this is visited. This cell now would be a dead end if it was visited, so it's unvisited. So we've got those. Now, this cell, if it was a loop counting cell, would have to be a 2 or a 3. Hey, Michael, I hope you're doing well. I don't know if it's going to immediately tell me anything if I ask myself which of these gets visited, though. Let's see. Someone in chat says these have to directly connect. I know Tristan told me how to actually say your name, but I have forgotten. I'm sorry. these have to directly connect because of the fact that the loop is not allowed to orthogonally connect itself. Because if the loop orthogonally touched itself, that would break the rule. So these must, and so if these don't directly connect, the loop orthogonally connects to itself. So we can fill in that little bit of loop. Now, Jay says if it goes left here, it's going to break the V because it's going to, if it goes left here, it's going to do that. Ah, yes. If it goes left there, this is forced, and now either digit counting cell is at least a 5. That does not work. So therefore, it doesn't do that. And therefore, it does that instead. So it does not go here, so it does not go here. Great spot to J, yeah, absolutely. It would touch itself orthogonally if it went here, so it can't go there either. And so we can sort of extend the loop out of the box. Oh, that's a great spot to Garion. If this was a 2-3, then these x's, one of them is a 1-9, and there's no hope of having a 1 or a 9 count the number of loop cells. So this has to be 1-4. And the one that's counting the number of loop cells, it better be a 4. Oh, by the way, this is also a dead end. And so this is a corner, so we have to visit it. So we have this, and now if these don't connect, the loop touches itself orthogonally. The loop not touching itself orthogonally is an old-fashioned rule, like old-fashioned as in like 4 months ago when this puzzle was set. Because if the way you're indicating your loop is like this rather than with an actual loop, it's really hard to parse what's happening with your snake if you do this. The loop touching itself orthogonally is completely unambiguous if you're using lines, though, so I think we don't usually see that rule anymore because of that reason. Let's see. So this cell sees 2, and this cell sees 3. So one of these is 2 or 3. Let's see. Ah, yes. Okay, that's a good spot. If Paul Fly's pointing out, I'm reverting to my misunderstanding of the rules. Paul Fly's pointing out if this is a 4, we have a huge problem. Because if this is a 4, it doesn't count this, and neither does this one. And it's not counting the number of cells seen by some cell on the loop. It's counting the number of cells seen by the thing. So we get an actual digit, and we get to pull out our digit dancing penguin to celebrate. And so we can come here and do this and go. Whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated, Zach. Thank you. The 4 dance is one of my favorites. Don't tell MicroStudy. So if this is a counting digit, it's a 4. Right. This loop can't turn here is another thing that I should note, because if the loop turned here, it would be an orthogonal touching thing. Hey, Derektionary, who can't hear me, I realize I am literally talking to someone who said that they could not hear me. So this would be a 4, and this would be a 4. So this is always a 4-6. I just don't know which is the 4. So those aren't 6. Actually, that's the 6. Because I can't put a 6 in any of these cells either, so that's the 6. One of these is a 5, I'm going to note, although it's never going to be useful. I think I can start removing some of the X's up here just for cleanliness. Since I think those up here, we sort of are not too worried that we're going to accidentally do that. Oh, right, and good spot to dweb. I also can't put a 9 on either of these because it would go with a 1. So actually, these are now a 5-9 pair. Okay, and Garian's point is this can't be the 2-8 because neither of these cells sees 2 or 8. So this is the 2-8 pair. This is the 3-7 pair. And so this loop cannot go here because I'm never seeing 7 cells. I have to see 3. And if this loop goes up now, then we don't do that. It could go down, but it can't go up there, or we would break that rule. Oh, right, this one isn't a 2. In my brain, when I counted it, it was a 2, but it's not. That's actually the 2. And this is more than 3 as well. So, in fact, actually, because this is already at 4, so that's the 3, and that's the 7. And we get that sort of filled in. So this V is also a 1-4, which means that one of these things sees 4, which would be fine if it did that. Let's see. Oh, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 2, 3, 7, and 8 in here, which means one of these has to be 4, 6, because it's never going to be 1, 9. And we've just ruled out one of 2, 3, 7, 8 because of this. In fact, actually, this one has to be 4, 6. Because we've established an X can't be 1, 9 in this puzzle. Because it would need to see either 1 loop cell or 9 loop cells, which are both transparently not possible. And so this, however, can't be 2, 8 or 3, 7 because it would put a quintuple in the box out of 4 digits. So this is always 4, 6. Oh, and we even know the order. That's 6, that's 4. I'm definitely right about not being able to put a 1 anywhere on a clue, right? Yeah, there's no way, because, yeah, the loop has to go left or right, and that's already putting it at 2, and I definitely don't even have to think about 9 as a possibility. So these are a 4 and a 6. It's true because the loop must visit one of the 2 cells of the clue. It doesn't have to visit the one that's counting, but it has to visit either the one that's counting or the one adjacent to it. But either way, you still get at least 2 cells. Okay. So I'm noticing we get sort of an interesting parity party thing going on here, because now this clue's a 7. Oh, I guess this could just be a 7 and be on the loop. It's going to be awfully hard for this 6 to be on the loop, isn't it? I feel like it is going to be hard for this to be... It could be 7. It could be 7. It can't be 8. I agree it can't be 8, but it could be 7. Because this would be the sum up to the first odd digit. Oh, can't be 7 vertically? Ah, the 15 in column. Okay, so sorry, I thought it was this one. So yeah, it couldn't be 8 because of this one. And then in this column, we now have to have another even because I can't get to 15 with these two. And if these are different parities, that's too small. That's chat's point. So this has to be another even, so it has to be a 2. And now 3 is too small to break my pattern because 6 plus 2 plus 3 is not anywhere near 15. So this is not a 3. 6 plus 2 plus 7 seems plausible. And 8 is too big, actually. If I make this an 8, now I still need more, but the more I get is going to be too large because the 1's already gone in the column. So actually this has to be the 7 as such, which I feel has ruined my deduction that this was a 4-6 because we could have done it with parity party stuff, and I liked my way of doing it better, but what are you going to do? So this isn't a 2, so that's not a 3. Okay, I probably should just mark all of these cells because there's lots of digits looking at them that I should know stuff about. So, like, for example, I know these aren't 8. I know these aren't 3. Is that all I know? I thought I was going to know more than that. Ron, I think it works if this is a 3 and the loop goes like this so that the things I see are 3 and 4 and I count up until the first even. Oh, that's weird. Oh, no, the Mark didn't fill in these. I filled these in myself. If Mark had filled in that would be impressive. Okay, so there's some math that I can do here. So 4 plus 9 is too big. 4 plus 7 would be fine. Yeah, I think all the others seem oh, no, right. These two have to add to 11. Because this is an even and an odd. So my clue has to end here. So this can't be 1 or 3. So it can only be 5 or 7. Oh, people are pointing out, actually, I can do math for the 15 clue, because I figured out that this was a 6, and then I didn't write 6 into the grid. And so now that's a 5 in order to make that work. Yes, so when I said that it was 6, I should have actually filled a 6 into the cell. It would have made things work better. That is that is Chat's point. Chat is correct. These aren't 1 or 9 anymore. These are 3 and 7. Okay, so now this cell can't be visited because anything this cell could be would break the 7 parity party clue. So that cell is unvisited. Let's see. Sadly, this being a 3 or 8 is kind of lame, because this being a 3 or 8 doesn't tell me what this x is numerically yet. Only one way to sum to 13. That's pretty fancy. So these are my available cells, Selena points out, to get to my sum of 13. And so Selena's point is if I don't use the 4, then I just can't do it with the numbers that are available. Because I would get to, if I used an 8 or a 9... Actually, could I do an 8, a 1, and a 2? I think I could do 8, 2, and 1. So I think it's not quite correct. I think I could do 8, 2, and 1. I think that would work, unfortunately, because I liked the point. It sounded like it was going to be cool. 8 plus 2 plus 1 is 11. Oh, no, this is a 13. Oh, so 8 plus 5 would work fine. Oh, right. These are just unvisitable. That's the point. These are unvisitable because the loop would touch itself orthogonally. So actually, the things I'm allowed to use are these. So if I don't use the 7, these don't add to enough, is the point. Because now the only things that are available in the sum are these. And if I don't use the 7, these only add to 11. And it's not an 11 clue, it's a 13 clue. So I must use the 7. And now, if I must use the 7, I can't use only the 2 and the 5, because that won't get me to 13. So I must use the 4, which means I don't use the 6. So I think that means this is going to be loop, but I don't know yet. Now, I have to also see a 2, because it's 4 plus 2 plus 7. So the 2 is on the loop, and the 5 is off the loop, however that happens to work out. Okay, so yeah, this seeing 6 loop cells seems perfect. So I think this is what it's going to do. But I don't yet know for sure, I don't think. Right, the loop has to go right from the 4. Crispy makes a good point. Because if the loop doesn't go right from the 4, it does this, and that definitely breaks the 13 clue. So that's always there. Which is a good spot. Congratulations to Riff Clown on today's CTC feature. Excellent. Excellent work. So if this is a 3, then this becomes a 2-8. Is this being a 2-8 impossible? I don't think so. The 2 could go there, and the loop could do that, and that would be fine. So I think it's okay. Hey, Mehdi. I hope you are doing well. What is happening here? So, I mean, I'm almost positive this is what has to happen, but I don't know how to disprove it. Because, Ron, one of the 2 cells has to count the number of loop cells it sees, and 1 or 9, and 1 or 9 are not good counting numbers for loop visits. Yeah, the 4 is counting. So it could be... ooh, it's a Perdoku? Oh, that's cool. Those are a cool idea. I'm guessing Mark and Simon are doing the Perdoku thing together. That's a very cool... that'll make a very cool video, I bet. And it can't be 421. 421 is not a valid option. Because if this were trying to be 421, it puts the 1 on the X, and the 1's not allowed to go on the X. So it is 4-3, and so either that's the 3 or that's the 3. One of those two has to be the 3. And so either way, this is always a 2-8. Ah, that does it for me. Right. One of these two has to be a 3 in order to make this work. So therefore, this is always 2-8. Hey, Kajito. And therefore, that's a 3, but now we knew the 3 was involved in the sum, and so now our loop does indeed do all of this. If the loop continues here, it touches itself, so the loop does that. And we can get rid of that x. Move this x over here. And now I can resolve this one, because it's 2 plus 4 plus 7 is 13, so that's a 2, and that's a 5. Now, the 6 does see 6, so that's okay. So I don't need to think about that anymore for that one. So one of these is going to see 2. And so if I make this the visited cell, it's impossible. Let me try and show you that. If I make this the visited cell, then at least one of these two is visited. But this could never see 2 because, in fact, actually 2 of these would have to be visited. So that's a total of 3. But over here, it would see the up or down here. It would see this cell and it would see that cell. So that one's not the one that's visited. That's the one that's visited. Sorry, I should have put that in green. This is the one that's visited. This is the one that's not visited. And this one sure isn't a 2. So that one's the 2, and that one's the 8, is the point of all of this. If these don't connect directly, the loop touches itself orthogonally, so we do that, like that. This 2 needs to only see 2, so the loop can't go down. Because if the loop goes down now, then we have to run around here and we break this 2. And so, in fact, actually, what we know is we know none of these are visited because the 2 is going to see those 2 and nothing else. So that cell's definitely visited. Was this justified? I don't think that last one was justified, but that part's justified. It might... Oh, no, it can't kink back here because then it would touch itself. Got it. Okay. I didn't think of it before, but it is true that it would have broken if I had done that. Okay, so we've got all of that. So now we need one or more digits that sum to 5. And so this could either be 841, or it could just be a... Oh, it can't be a 5. It can't be a 5. So this digit's even, is the point. If the clue ended here, if this was odd, the clue would end here. I feel like I'm articulating this puzzle terribly. But also the rule set is a half a step more complicated than most rule sets. So I attribute 80% of it to my ineptitude and 20% to the rules being complicated. If this digit was odd, the clue would end here and it would need to be a 5, but it can't be a 5. So this digit's even, which means it's a 2 or a 6 or a 4. Sorry, it's a 4 or a 6. If I make it go 8, 4, then I need a 3 up here. Or a 2, 1, but I can't do 2, 1, so I would need a 3. And if I do 6, I would need a 1. And the clue always ends here because if I try and make it go 1 further, then it's not good enough. Oh, people are pointing out I did my math very badly. Right. I said that this plus the subsequent cell has to add to 5. Somehow I'm contemplating the possibility that it is 6 plus 1 to add to 5. So in fact, this just has to be a 4 is the point, followed by a 1. Okay. We are on the same page. Thank you for catching my beautiful arithmetic. It is genuinely a sight to behold. Okay, so... so now the loop can't ever touch these cells. Or even this cell, actually, right? If the loop comes here, it's got to get out. And no matter how it gets out, it's going to end up touching itself. So actually, this whole box is forbidden from being loopness. So we can block off the path like that. I was noticing that this 8 can't be 3, 4, 1 in any reasonable way. But I haven't quite sort of worked out the entirety of everything. Okay, so none of these are 1, 4. These aren't 1, 4 either. Doesn't quite do anything. Oh, the 7 clue. Yeah, so this is either 2, 5 or 2, 1, 4. Don't know which yet. Let's see. Either way. Oh, right. So yeah, the point is the 1 is the endpoint. I'm forgetting about the parity party thing. This being 2, 1, 4, although 2, 1, and 4 do add to 7, these being 2, 1, and 4 does not work because I have to stop at either the first even or the first odd. So this is either the end or it's after the end. And so it must kink like that. And now this is either a 4 or a 5. And either way will work. The loop can't turn back because it would touch itself, so the loop continues going up 1 more. These are unvisitable because of that. If the loop goes up from here, then it closes because of the loop no touchy rule. So that doesn't happen. And so we can extend our loop like that. No touchy again. So we can extend this that far. So this being a 2, sure, yeah, so this is a corner. That's Ranks has a much more elegant way to say this than what I was about to do. So this, through corner logic, extends like that. So now this would see 2. This would see... Oh, I guess this only sees 3 at the moment. Weird. Okay, so... but I've got to sort of start over here. So this could just be an 8. And if it's not an 8... Oh, if it's not an 8, then I have a problem. It can't be a 3-cell 8 sum, because I'd have to get to the 1. And I can't get to the 1. Because that's 4 cells away. So it'd have to be a 2-cell 8 sum, but if it's more than 1. Can't be 1, 7, or 2, 6. So it'd have to be 3, 5. But you can't get a 3, 5 sum with a parity party clue. Because the 3, 5 sum, I'd sum up to the first even or the first odd, it wouldn't work. So the only way this works is as a single 8. So that's a 9. Like that. So we've got all of that filled in. That's an 8 now, just by sudoku, pointed out by Malcor. So there's an 8 over there somewhere. It's not there. The loop can't turn here is what Ranks is telling me because it would be the loop touching itself. So the loop continues up. And so this loop is going to connect here regardless of whether it does it, whether it does it this way or this way, because it's going to get sucked in by the no touchy orthogonally business. I'm pretty sure that no touchy is a Clover joke, by the way. But it entered my consciousness, and now I can't think about Sudoku without it. So right. So this doesn't go up, is Ranks' point. So that never happens, because if this went up, it would be impossible for this to continue. Yes, this cell and these two are odd because they see all of those. But let's just fill in this one because we don't want to get too carried away with pencil marking in those sorts of areas. So M. Nasty's point is this sees 2, 4, 6, and 8 just in the row. So this is definitely odd. So our 14 clue starts with an odd. And so it definitely continues past this cell. And so therefore this cell has to be a 5. If this cell is a 4, my sum would end there. And I could not get too high enough. So this cell has to be a 5. Which does finish the 7 clue. And now 9, 5 would be too big, because 9, 5 would be 14 and the sum wouldn't be over yet. So 7, 5 would force this to be a 2. And 1, 5 would leave me with 8 left over to do somehow. As 2, 6? Oh, maybe that doesn't work. 1, 5 would leave me with 8. I don't think that works, actually. I don't think this can be a 1, but I don't see a nice way to... Oh, it would have to be 1 with an 8 there. Right, okay. Similar thing to what was happening over here. I agree with that. That is the correct way to say it. So it's either it's either 1, 5, 8, or it is 7, 5, 2. So this is always a 2 or 8. See. Michael believes this is unvisited or else issues loop hitting the box 3V. So in the world, let's just bifurcate a little. In the world where this is loop, it forces that connection. This becomes unvisitable, so it forces this connection. And now I'm not allowed to visit this, so I have to visit this, which then is going to look like that. But now the loop has definitely touched itself. Because I have to connect one of these pairs unless I do this, which is definitely not a thing my non-Ubon loop is allowed to do. So I can't claim that I could see that in my head at all. But I agree that if it visits here, we create a problem. So it does not visit there. So now presumably I have to visit both of these. I do, because I can't get to 14 if I don't have 2 cells. So these are both loop. And again, this has to come up here like this, because otherwise we have the loop touching itself. So now that's not loop. That is loop. If the loop turns back, we have a problem. I don't have to see it in my head. Michael did. That's a good point. As long as someone can see it in their head, everything is okay. So these two must be even digits that add up to 10. Oh, no, they could be odd. They could be odd digits that add up to 10, actually, either way. They just have to add to 10. Oh, no, they can't be even. They can't be even. Sorry. If they were even, then I could not do this. I cannot sum 3 evens. This is the thing I always screw up about parity party clues. So they have to be 3, 7 because they can't be 1, 9 for multiple reasons. So these are in fact 3, 7, which means that we can mark these cells and see what's going on. And we can remind Mark that they're not 3 or 7 because Mark doesn't always pay attention to that sort of thing. So one of these needs to see 4. This one's never seeing 4. So this one has to see 4. And it already sees 4, so therefore that cell can't be visited, which means the loop does this. And now the loop does that. And we've closed that part of the loop, at least. And we can clean up my X's. Someone in chat is asking about how I do the sort of mass marking. This is a plugin made by Chameleon, which gives you a button which just marks everything for candidates in some quasi-reasonable sort of way. You would you need to download Tamper Monkey and then a Chameleon script, but you can do it, and it is cool. But I feel like professionally, I'm not supposed to recommend anyone install Tamper Monkey. But if you do a search for Chameleon Sudoku scripts, there's a lot of really cool ones, including the all-coveted bet tree script, which is my personal favorite Chameleon script, but different people will have different preferences. There's a 4 in one of these 2 cells, I see, because there's a 1, 4 pair looking down there. Please place the 1 and a 4, I said. Did I say something about a 1 and a 4? Oh, yes. Right. Again, my brain internalized the wrong rule. Yes. So this is a 4, this is a 1, because this is the one that's counting. Thank you for reminding me how the rules work. By the time I did a 3rd puzzle with these rules, I would understand what the rules were. these digits can't be that many things, because they can't actually be 3 or 7 or 8. Maybe they can be more things than I wanted them to be able to be, if I'm honest. Let's see. What about this cell? Is this cell restricted at all? Well, it's definitely not 3, and it's not 8. 2, 5, 6, or 9. Sure. Yeah, why can't cells just be fewer candidates is a good good question that the Sudoku gods must stand trial for. There's a 5 over here somewhere. Let's see, Meti says 6 in row 6 is interesting. One of these two is a 6. Meti knows which of these two is a 6. I do not know which of these two is a 6. I must be missing something very dire. How do I know which of these do I know isn't 6? 4 in column 4. Parity sum is done. The parity sum is done because we've summed up to the first even and gotten 8. I can put any cell I want there and it won't affect the parity sum. So people are doing the thing that I always think about parity party sums, which I don't even know that I can articulate the thing that is intuitive for me, but that is wrong about what parity party sums are. Yeah, I sometimes think like you could sum like any number of evens until the first odd. So I keep like wanting to be able to say like, oh, this could, in my head, what I want to be able to say is, oh, this is always 6 or 11, which is not, in fact, how it actually works. But that somehow in my brain, that feels clickier. 4 in column 4, I am meant to contemplate. So it's not there, and it's not there. Yeah, 4 in column 4 is just randomly placed there. Very good spotting to those of you who spotted that, which is then going to give me that one of these two is 4, but I don't think I know which one, although I was happy to randomly guess that it was that one for some reason that I cannot quite articulate. I feel like I should just diagonally connect these and call it good. I want to write the solution guide for a puzzle with that rule set ranks and submit it to CTC. And explain that you know this can't be a 9 because it doesn't feel right. Simon would love it. Should I just randomly pencil mark these? It doesn't feel like it's that bad, right? Let's see. Crispy says something about... Oh, Crispy was interested in whether this could be a 1. So Crispy's point... Okay, so Crispy's point is... there are at most 3 total cells on this 17 clue. So if this is a 1, it would need to go with 2 cells that added to 16, but those 2 cells would be the same parity, and neither parity works. That's very clever. So yeah, so if this is a 1, I'd need these to be either 7, 9... Well, they'd have to be exactly 7, 9, but 1, 7, 9, there's no way I can possibly make it work. And again, the point here is just that if I'm adding... Just because of the loop, I only have one more loop cell that's not already marked. So this will not work. And yes, I agree that 3 and 5 have exactly the same problem. That places the 1. So 9 and 8 would work. It could be even, odd. So it could be 6, 2, 9. 6, 2, 9 would work fine. Unless there's a Sudoku reason it won't. By the way, welcome, Pew? So that makes that a 7. Ah, good spot. Yeah, so where is 1 in row 8 is the question from Ilm. 1 in row 8 is definitely in one of these 3 cells, mercifully not that one. And so 1's not here as well. So that's a 2, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 7, which makes that a 3. These can't be 2. In fact, that is identically a 6, so that's a 4. So we can fill in these cells and see if anything interesting appears out of that. Yeah, the 2 fulfills the line count. So unless I decide to just go on a dangerous bender down through here and teleport up to there to finish, we can't resolve the 2. But in case we were concerned about that possibility, that's no longer a possibility we have to concern ourselves with. Ah, there's a 14 clue here. That's very good. So these two, thank you, Isaiah. These two sum to 12, so I need 2 more, which would have to be either 1 plus 1 or 2. But I already have a 1 up there, so 1 plus 1's not possible. So therefore, that's the 2. Going there. One of these is a 2. Oh, 1 plus 1 would break the parity rule. That's a good point from Rangsk. I was not thinking about that. One of these 2 is an 8. Ron wants me to finish the loop, but I don't think I can finish the loop, can I? The 11 is now not 2 plus 9. 2 in box 3 is placed. It is there, which is cool. Which has placed the 2 here as well, which maybe has placed all the 2s in the grid except for that one, which goes there. I don't see how is the column 6 clue going to help me with the thing, because it could still be 9-8, but if it's 9-8, it still doesn't tell me which way the loop goes. Do I know it's not 9-8 somehow? Let's see. I mean, by uniqueness, it has to go this way, because I think it's the only way that works. Okay, so the claim is if I make this a 6, then there's no way to make these add to 11. If this is a 6, then I need these to add to 11, and they can't do it as 2, 9. They would have to be 8, 3. Is there a reason I can't do 8, 3? I feel like 8, 3 would work. 6, 8, 3. So this isn't allowed to be a 9 anymore. I'm going to take Selena's point, because a 9 would need a 2, and it can't have it. So if this is a 5, then I need 2 more digits of the same parity. Oh, I could just finish it with a 6, can't I? So it could be 5, 1, 4. Ah, right. So if this is 5, I can't do... So this can't be a 5 because the 6 is gone. This is a 5. I need 1 or 2 digits that add to 6. 3 digits that add to 6 would mess up the parity. So I'd need 5, but then I'd really need... and I can't do 5, 2, 4 or 5, 1, 5. Both would break. So this is just never... And I can't do a single 6. So this is just never a 5. This is just always a 6. And that's a 9. So that's a 5 and a 9. That's an 8. That's a 5 and a 3. That's a 9 and a 5. row 6. So, Todd, you sum up to the first even or the first odd. So, in this case, the sum up to the first even is 8, and the sum up to the first odd would be 17. So, no 8 there. No 9 there. We can now place the 5 in box 6, I am being told. So I need to do... Yeah, so I now need to use the 5. If I don't use the 5, I'm going to have problems, I think, with this sum, because I can't do 2, 3 for various reasons. So I now have to do that. So that finishes the loop and finishes the 11 clue. Yeah, I don't blame you for thinking that. I always, in my brain, misremember exactly how a parity party clue works. This now has to be an 8, because of the 9 plus 8 is 17 rule from calculus. We have a 1 there, no 8 there. This seems to be the only place for a 3 in the box. That's a 7-9 pair, so this isn't 7 or 9, and that's not 7. This 1-6 pair looks up, makes that a 7, and that a 6. Which looks down and makes this not a 6, and this not a 6, which does make this a 6, funnily enough. No 6 there. These are now a 3-9 pair, which has made that a 5. I could have also gotten that from the 7-9 pair, if I was paying close attention. This digit must be known. It's an 8. These two digits, I probably have a pretty good idea what they are, and I'm going to fill in those two. This digit appears to only be a 1, so that's a 9. So that's a 7 and a 3 and a 7, and a 9 and a 4, and a 7 and a 9, and a 1 and a 6 and a 7 and a 1 and a 9 and a 3 and a 1 and a 9 and a 6 and a 3 and a 4. And I've heard a prophecy that the bet tree is going to work out to be 5, and it seems that it is. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Yeah, the fact that it's ambiguous which of these is the loop counting digit is tilting to Selena, and also slightly tilting to me as well, I agree, because this would sees 2 and that one sees 3. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back, and I will do whatever zetamath puzzle is next in the catalog. So I'm now like doing my 2-year-old puzzles. I'm doing 1 per stream as my current plan. So I will go back to doing that, but we'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back. I have reviewed the rules to this puzzle, and I can say with great confidence that if I had come across this puzzle, I never, ever, ever, ever would have done it, and it looks like it's going to be a disaster. We'll see how it actually turns out to be, but I will say I barely remember that this puzzle even existed. So we have the following rules. So we have palindromes, which are things that read the same forwards and backwards, except that the things that read the same forwards and backwards, I've split them in half. So this is half of a palindrome. We have to match it up with its other half of a palindrome. And the thing that we have done here is that every black palindrome matches with a gray palindrome. And we have a new fan. Welcome, Mr. Don. Let me get you a fan dance. Woo! Woo! Woohoo! Waha! Wee-hee! Woohoo! Waha! Wee-hee! Woohoo! Waha! Thank you, Mr. Don. Welcome. Thank you for supporting the stream. It's greatly appreciated. And great to have you here as well. So that's the rules about these. These are given digits. They tell us what digits go in these cells. And then we also have... So, if the palindrome thing were not enough, we also have anti-night circles. And what an anti-night circle does is... yeah, given digits are the weirdest Sudoku variant. No, Mr. Don, I'm glad you did. I always try and get everyone in a dance when they join, so I'm happy that I got to celebrate. Yes, this complete row could not more loudly say this is a coloring puzzle, and I didn't feel like disambiguating the coloring than this. So the circles indicate that the digit sees itself by knight's move. And there's a negative constraint on circles. So for example, if I want to start the coloring, I can note that this cell has to be the same as this cell. Because, of course, because there's a negative constraint on circles, every digit that sees itself in one of the circles it sees by knight's move. So these are the same digit. I don't know if that's really where I want to start, but we can try and figure it out. Yeah, I could have just put a 9-cell thermo across here, and it would have worked about as well. Anyway, so I'm going to throw a bet tree over down here and hope it doesn't come to that. And we can try to figure out what is going on with this this puzzle. We'll see what the odds are that I did not screw up this negative constraint on circles. I feel like the odds are bad, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure I didn't even send this one to ranks. So we have that. Let's see. So let's see. So could these two be the same? I think these two might be the same. But let's see. So Garion has spotted that row 2, column 8 sees itself by knight's move there. And so that gets us a digit. That's great. I don't even have to use a color. I can just use a digit. Although maybe for completeness, I should use a color. But that gets us an 8 dance, because the 8, as exactly as Garion says, it sees itself by knight's move somewhere. It can only see itself by knight's move here. Let's bring out Zach. Ba-boop-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doo. Whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doo. 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 Whoa! See, see. Jonathan says the same, although Jonathan is missing the possibility that the 4 sees itself by knight's move and is the 8. Probably that's not the case. So until we filled the 8 here, the 4 could have gone there, but now the 4 has to go here. So let's see. So what about that one? That one certainly goes here. I don't know what digit it is. And it might be blue, so I'm hesitant to contemplate that possibility. 4 in this box, I guess, goes in one of those places. Yeah, this digit is either 4 or it's that digit. Selena said this sounded like a scanning nightmare with the circles. I think both halves of this puzzle are a complete scanning nightmare. Just looking at these lines that we're going to have to match hurts me inside. Let's see, one of these is an 8. Is that interesting? I would like to know that it is not one of them. Let's see. Wait, what are we coloring blue? Oh, we're coloring something not blue. Row 1, column 7 has to be 5. Yes, I agree this has to be 5. It only sees that. So there's a 5 down here for sure, and an 8. That being 5 would make an awful lot of sense. Let's see. So row 4, column 1. Ah, yeah, this one is row 3, column 3. These two are the same, and they're not blue. So we can make those yellow. Could still be 5, I think. Could it not be 5? Row 8, column 5. Oh, I can put on row and column labels. That's probably a good idea for this. Row 1, column 4 is yellow. I agree with that. Ah, so it's not 5 because it's yellow. Got it. Okay. That's how people knew it's not 5, because this cell only sees that one. And so it's 7, 8, or 9 just by virtue of where it goes over here, and it's not 8. So this is only 7 or 9, which now makes these a 5, 8 pair by magic. Of some strange sort. Now, this now is that circle, so this is also 5 or 8. I could probably give it a color, right? Oh, no, this could be 4. Oh, no, it's not 4, because we've said it's 5 or 8, and 5 or 8 is not 4. So, yeah, so these are the same. So those are the same. We can make them... That's not really the most high contrast color, I'll admit. We'll make them... I was going to say purple, but orange it is, apparently. Row 3, column 4 equals row 4, column 6. Yeah, this one only sees that. I agree. These two are the same, and they're not any of the existing colors. 7 and 8 is on the black line in box 3. Row 5, column 4 is row 6, column 2. Right, because it's not yellow, because it sees yellow. Right, okay, and this sees every color, so, and it has to go somewhere. Do I know it's not there? For sure. It's certainly one of those two, but I don't know that I know which one yet. Some gray line has a 5 at the end. Is that at all useful? 4 in box 1 by the rules. Right. 4 does not go there. 4 doesn't go there. So 4 is actually placed. So just to go through that, if this was a 4, it would need to be circled because it would see this 4. If this was a 4, it would be 2 4s in the column. So therefore, this is a 4, is Jim's point. So there's a 4 down here somewhere. Okay. Row 6, column 2 has to go in row 5, column 4, since it's in a circle. Right. This cell needs to go somewhere circly and seems to only see that cell once we remember that it can't go in its own box. And this seems to be another color. And now once we see that... Is it this one that's now done? No. Not quite. Right. This can't be 4 because everywhere it sees that could be 4 can't be 4 in a weird way. Agree with Jim there. Color row 8, column 5. Because I know it goes there. Yeah, it doesn't touch anything anywhere near there. Could be green, though, annoyingly. I know these two are the same, but it could be green, I think. Let's see. Okay, I know there's a blue down in one of these cells. Is that interesting? That's true, Selena. I didn't even read that rule when I was reading this. Yes, we have a digits don't repeat on palindromes rule in this puzzle. So that is a good point. So therefore, because digits don't repeat on lines, these two aren't the same. So therefore, what circle is this one seeing? It has to be that one. But this could again be blue or whatever. So let me just give it a circly color just to sort of note that these two are definitely the same. If this were equal to this, it would be a repeat on the half of the palindrome. There's a broken Renbun puzzle by Florian Wortmann, which is at least 10,000 times better than this puzzle. It was on my puzzle of the year list, but the broken Renbun puzzle by Florian is one of my favorite. These two are on the same half because remember this whole line is a half. These palindromes are each 12 long palindromes. So this is half of a palindrome that's going to match with like maybe this one or something. So yeah, so those two are the same. Yeah, so now this one's not matching with pink. Oh, but it could be matching with there or there. The two pink circles could be each other's palindromes. Row 6, column 3 is definitely not pink. I agree. Oh, is it now forced to go down here? I think it's now forced to go down there because it's not pink. Right, okay, so I think Selena is correct. I think this goes down here. I don't think I know if it's blue, but I know it's not pink, so we can color it with green circles. Lakia has been thinking Renbon. I don't think I had discovered the joy of Renbon yet. I think we'll know when I first found out about Renbon, because I think when I found out about Renbon, I think I immediately set... Oh, this, I realize that you can't actually see this, but we are... See, it looks like my 26th puzzle is my first Renbon puzzle, whereas this is my 12th puzzle. There's a zetamath from 2 years ago who made puzzles, I'm told. Would be amazing if there were a zetamath imposter. In fact, one of these is blue. I just don't know which yet, but one of them's definitely blue by Sudoku. I keep trying to, like, ask myself by, like, anti-night stuff. So yeah, green in this box only goes in one of those two places. Blue is placed in row 3. Right, blue can't repeat on its own palindrome. It can't go there. It can't go there or there by Knight's move. I know it's not green because it sees green. Blue sees 7 and 9, and blue sees 8. Right, and blue's not orange because blue sees orange. So in fact, that cell is blue. Good lord. Good spot, Garion. Yeah, so blue actually, yeah, through weird quasi-anti-night, you can rule blue out of that cell. Through not repeating on a line, you can rule it out of there. Through basic Sudoku, you can rule it out of there. Through the fact that blue and green see each other, you can rule it out of there. Through the fact that blue's not 7 or 9, you can rule it out of there. And through the fact that it sees orange, we get that. And so now blue is not 8, so blue is 5, as Tesseralis and Jim point out. And orange is 8. And so we can go ahead and make the 5 blue and the orange 8. So this one's also orange. This one's also blue. Orange is the new 8, indeed, indeed. Let's see, So yeah, so one of these is 5. I don't know which one, but it's one of them. There aren't actually that many digits up here, are there? I guess it's 6, 7, and 9 are the ones that are up there. 8 in column 5. Yeah, 8's not red. So yeah, so 8 is in one of these cells in this box, just by Sudoku. Points out someone, points out Tesseralis. And so there's an 8 down here somewhere. The 8's certainly not the green circle digit. Because if the 8 was the green circle digit, it would repeat in a box with an 8. So 8 is one of these two. That is a 6, 7, 9 triple in row 1. That's a good point. Those aren't 6. That's not 7 or 9. So these are from 1, 2, and 3. And this one's not 3 because it would be in a circle. So one of those two is 3. Pink circle's not 5. That's good to know. So yeah, so 5 is not pink circle because pink circle sees a 5. So actually this is a 5, which means that green circle is blue. You can get rid of this. Excellent, good spotting. So one of these is blue, I suppose, and one of these is blue. Oh no. There's already an 8 on the dark line. Right. That can't be an 8, because there's already an 8 on that palindrome, and we can't repeat 8 on half a palindrome. That would be silly. So that is an 8. Do I know pink circle isn't every color now? No, pink circle can still be green. Oh no, I picked so badly that we've already placed the 5. You're right, we have already placed it. Well, we'll fill in the color, but we won't admit what digit it is. Hey Josh, how are you? I was just thinking about you, because I was coming across a puzzle you did recently. Hope you've been well. I don't know what color 4 is yet. 8 is slightly restricted in box 7. Ah yes, 8 is only here in box 7. That's excellent. So one of these is an 8. 5 in box 9. Did ranks do this puzzle? Is ranks around to answer this question? 5 in box 9 is in one of these cells. I don't think I know which one yet. Oh, sorry, I do know which one because of redacted. So there's a 5. Should we try and match up this palindrome with its other half? Because this is the second digit along. Are there any other black palindromes that have a 5 as their second digit along from either direction? I don't think there are. I think it's only this one. Which I think means we actually can fill in this whole palindrome as 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In particular, the 8 is there. So 8 was orange. Oh, this is now a 2. Or gray, take your pick. So we've got that. 8 in box 6 now is not there or there. So 8 in box 6 is here. I agree. I know some poor human did this puzzle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Not a 6, not a 4. Oh, and I guess I can fill in these too, can't I? Roughly, at least, because they're not 2, 4, or 6. They're 1, 3, 7, or 9. Oh, that 8 actually got placed here. Okay, and I should color the palindromes to indicate that I know that these two are the same and that I should not try and match them with anything else. So let's do that. So these are the only ones that can match, right? Because there's no 5s at the end of any other palindromes, I believe. Correct me if I am wrong, but I think that's true. I think those match up like that. If we agree that those greens match up, then I know that that's a 9. And then after the 9, there's a 2 or a 6. Oh, that doesn't work. Never mind. 8 in box 7. I've placed the 8 in box 7, I think. But it's possible that I am missing something about the 8 in box 7. Before the 9 is a 1, 3. That's true. And so, therefore, this is a 3, and that's a 3, and that's a 1. That's not a 3. And to this I know is a 2 or a 6. I might as well mark for later when that shows up. Row 3, column 5 sees a 7 by Knight's move, right? So, so this cell, this is point by Jim. It sees 7, so this cell can only be a 9, which makes yellow 7. It's not a 9. These aren't 7. Row 7, column 3 is 1 now, right? Because this 1 circle sees there. So there's one palindrome that goes 8, 1, and it's not that one. So it must be that one, right? There can't be another, there can't be like a 14th palindrome that starts with 8, right? Oh, no, it can't be that one, sorry. Those are the same color. Where's the other palindrome? Don't I have all the 8s? I do have all the 8s. Oh, red is 1. Right. Red is 1. Right. Yes. The 1 must go on one of the black palindromes that starts with 8 immediately after the 8. And 1 and 2 are different numbers, so therefore red is 1. That is the point. Thank you, chat. So therefore all of those are 1s, and they can be red, and therefore green is 3. That cell is red. Let's see. Ranks believes we could omit a given in row 2. 2 in box 5 is in one of those 2 cells. Oh, and it's not there, right? 2 in box 5 can't go here because it would repeat on the palindrome, so 2 in box 5 actually only goes there. Also, I guess I could have done that by knowing that this palindrome has to match up with that one. If I had thought about that, which I did not. But this palindrome and this palindrome have to be the same, which probably gets me lots more digits, because I can go 8, 2. This is a 6 or a 9, so it's only a 6. This is a 4, and then a 7, and then these two are the same digit, whatever that digit might be. And apparently it's a 9. So we've got this. This is a 6. Let's see. So yeah, so this 8, 1. Where's right. These two palindromes are the same, or these two match, and they just crisscross all over each other, like you do if you're a palindrome. There's an octajovy here, which resolves to a 7. There's another octajovy here, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 4. So let's mark up all of this. So let's see. Do I know anything about this? That's a 2 or a 6. Okay, well, that's a 9, apparently. I can probably spot what pink is. Pink appears to be 3. So pink is green. If we would like to update our priors about pink and green and such. This is not a 9. That's a 2 or a 7. It's that 2 or 7. Oh, this cell is apparently only a 2. That's going to help a lot. So that is a 7 with a 1, and this 2, 6 that I still don't quite know what it is. Green 3 in box 6. Yes. We should green all of our 3s just for sanity. Hygiene, really. Oh, I have some unreaded 1s as well. This is not a 4. Oh, is this going to resolve with some sort of horrible anti-knight spot? That would just really be the icing on the cake for this. This is a 7 and a 9, and a 2, and a 6, and a 9. Yeah, so you can see that all. Okay, yeah, and so now we've got this giant pile of stuff to find, and so chat has found the anti-knight razzmatazz. Right. This 2 sees that 2. So if this was a 2, this 2 would be in a circle. And so therefore that is a 6 and a 2 and a 6 and a 2 and a 6 and a 2. And that is a 5. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Well, I'm, of course, Jaxel's asking about favorite stuffed animals. I'm, of course, very fond of penguin stuffed animals of many sorts. So I've been collecting penguin stuffed animals since I was in, like, the 2nd grade, when I went to SeaWorld once and I got a penguin. It's funny, originally I was just getting a stuffed animal at each place I went. But then I got a penguin, and then I got another penguin, and then it sort of became I got a penguin every place I went. I do have 2 IKEA stuffed animals. Let's see, where are you? And where's the panda? Panda, where are you? Oh, there you are. These are my two IKEA stuffed animals. I remember the rat's name is Wallace. I don't remember the name of the panda. Self-heating stuffed animals. That sounds very handy. Although I don't think that Zach would prefer it. I think I put them back in reverse order. Wallace can sit with Artie. People are very upset that I named the anteater Artie, because then people think he's an aardvark, but he's an anteater. Alrighty. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment with another puzzle not by me. But I suppose I should recap to say, most of the puzzles that I do from myself from a long time ago, I'm like, that was pretty okay. This is, we'll say, not my best effort of previous Zetas. But I did very deliberately choose for a long time, like, what puzzles I made I would actually post on LMD and which ones I would not. So it is not it is not a big surprise to me that I did not post this one. I feel like there's a lot of good ideas here. I feel like there's two separate good ideas here that did not sort of match together very elegantly. And I think the fact that the palindromes are so messy, like, I think this broken palindrome idea, I think you could make work, but you'd have to sort of like make it a little more legible. But then the sort of the anti-night circles are then so powerful of a coloring aid that then you didn't really have, like, almost all of the palindromes got filled in without actually using the palindrome, which is a little disappointing. But I do think you could make, like, a Renbon anti-night circle puzzle and have it lead to lots of interesting logic, possibly. So if you because that would be a little bit less, but, like, the fact that this is two different constraints that both suggest that you should color the grid is probably not the right combination. But I could imagine either possibility. I think I saw these anti-night circles somewhere else, but maybe I came up with them. I don't remember. I do think at least this decision to do this, I think, was correct. To just say, okay, well, this is a pure coloring puzzle, so I'm just going to write the numbers across one of the rows, rather than build your own broken palindromes. Okay, now that sounds fantastic. Yeah, build your own horribly broken palindromes. That sounds great. Maybe with 10 lines. So the anti-night circles with 10 lines. Although I feel like I would now get too frustrated trying to set with these anti-night circles, because there would end up being circles that were there because they were forced to be and I didn't want them to be, and then I'd be upset. Whenever I set with negative constraints, I want it to be the case that the only places that clues pop up are because I wanted them to, if at all possible. Alrighty, anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, eat a few carrots, and I will be back in just a moment. Once I find the be right back button. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. While we have warmed up our anti-night scanning, I figured I'd do another anti-night puzzle, and we're just talking about Florian's puzzles. So let's have a look at this Florian anti-night arrow with this ridiculously sparse-looking grid. So the way an arrow works is that it has in it the sum of the digits on it. So, for example, if this was a 1, a 2, and a 4, this would be a 7, because 1 plus 2 plus 4 equals 7. So that's how those work. And I can't ever put two digits a nice move apart like this, or Sven will get angry, and we want to keep Sven happy because Sven is keeping the Sudoku world afloat, basically single-handedly. So let us have a look. So the first trick in every arrow puzzle is to look for length 3 arrows and write in that they are from 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, here's an interesting observation. One of the green digits has to go here. If none of these digits are green, then the green digits go here. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Sorry, I was thinking that this would break if this was roped, but no, this does not actually break if it's roped. Never mind. Because I was thinking that digit was going to have to be green, but maybe it does not. Right. Okay, so here's the way to ask the question. Are all 6 of these digits different? No. Several people in chat used the phrase repeat a digit, and that told me. So yeah. So are these digits different? And the answer is no, because if they were all different, their minimum sum would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which would be 21, and 21 is too many to be the sum of 8 and 9 or smaller numbers. So there's a repeated digit in here. And so that repeated digit goes here, because the only digits that I can actually put here at all are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But of course, I can't repeat the 6, because if I repeat a 6, then I have forced these two to both sum to 9, and that's a problem. This certainly can't be a 1, because if I make this a 1, it's not the sum of these two digits. That's a problem. So 2, 3, 4, and 5 seem like options. Now, 5 is not going to work for another funny reason, because if I put a 5 in one of these, that's a problem, because then I would need a 1 to go with it, because if I do 5, 2, 3, that's already too many. And so there would be a 1 here and a 1 here. But then 1 should also be in here, so that's not going to work either. So, oops. So there's no 5. So this can only be 2, 3, or 4. Now, let's see. Okay, so okay. Selena has a very elegant way to put it, which is that these are in total 5 digits that are different and 1 digit that is repeated. The 5 digits that are different sum to a minimum of 15, and therefore the digit that's repeated can only be a 1 or a 2, because the maximum possible sum of the individual digits plus the repeated digit is 17, because these are at most 8, 9. And so this repeated digit can only be 1 or 2. That's really clever. And so it's always a 2, which makes this a 1 and a 1. And we can bring out Zach for the 2 dance. Woohoo! 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 Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And so therefore this is a 9. These are a 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 2, 3, 4. They're not 5 or 6. It's a 2 over there. These aren't 9. The fact that these aren't 9 means there's a 1 on the arrow, but because of anti-knight, that 1 doesn't go there or there, so it goes there, which means the 1 goes there. Again, because there needs to be a 1 on an arrow that sums to less than 9. 2, 3, 4 is the only way that I can do it otherwise. There's definitely a 1 down here somewhere, in some capacity. It can't sum to 6, because if this were a 6, these would be 1, 2, 3, and then I would have multiple repeated digits. It can't be a 7 either, because then it would be 1, 2, 4, and that would also have 2 repeated digits. And just to make clear what goes wrong, just to show you, if this is a 7, these have to be 1, 2, 4, which all looks okay until you realize that now 2 and 4 need to both go in these 3 cells, and there's no spot for the 4 to go. And so the point is this can only be an 8. And I have to make 8 in a way that does not repeat 2 of 2, 3, 4. And so one of the ways to make 8 is 1, 3, 4, but that would repeat 2 of them. The only other way, is 1, 2, 5, which is there before. Yeah, I guess Garion is pointing out that before I knew that these summed to at least 16, but as soon as this had to be a 2, they actually needed to sum to 17, and so they had to be an 8-9 pair. I didn't think ahead that far, but Garion is right. We could have actually figured that out more simply than we did. I agree with that assessment. Let's see. I keep thinking that this arrow sees that arrow by knight's move, but that's not how that works. So these arrows don't both have 2s on them, because that digit's not a 2. So there's a repeated digit between these two arrows, and we've argued previously that the repeated digit between these two arrows can only be 1 or 2. But what is it? It's not 2, so it's 1. And so there is a 1 on this arrow. Again, it goes in one of these two spots, which means there's a 1, in fact, exactly there is placed, which is then going to place a 1 in one of these cells, not that one. So that's going to give me a little Jovi wing on 1s, because I've got a 1 in row 8 or 9 here and a 1 in row 8 and 9 here, so that's the only places for 1s in rows 8 and 9. So these aren't 1s, and that is. So one of these two is a 5. So one of these two is a 5. Let's see. Okay, so these are from 6, 7, 8, 9 only. And that one's not 9. I don't actually know they sum to 16, do I? I think they could still sum to 17. Because I don't know it's 1, 2, 3, 4 plus a 1. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 plus a 1. In any event, I do know these aren't 6. I agree with you about that. Because if these were 6, then we'd have a problem. Yeah, and if this is not 9, then I can't get high enough, because then they would sum to 15, which is not enough. So that's always a 9. I agree with that assessment as well. 2 in box 5 is restricted to one of these two spots because of that. That's really clever. So now this is a way to make 9 with a 1, but no 2. So this is 1, 3, 5 exactly. So now this thing does not have a 3 in it. Or a 5. It doesn't have a 3 or a 5, so it has to be 1, 2, 4, making this a 7. So that's not a 7 anymore. It's 2, 4, both get dropped down here. Oh, and I know neither of these is a 2, actually, because of anti-knight chicanery. So if you haven't seen this before, if either of these cells is a 2, it rules 2 out of both of these and makes these a 5-5 pair, which is a problem for several reasons, not least of which is that 5 plus 5 plus 1 is not equal to 8. So no 2 there, so therefore that's a 2, which now means that's a 5, which means that's a 2, now means that's not a 5. One of these two is a 2. Let's see. So the 3 and the 5 live up here. I don't think I'm going to get to do a similar trick, though, because I don't think the geometry works the same, unfortunately. That's very cute. So Medhi points out that there are exactly 3 spots in box 5 that could be 8. And this circle sees all of them. These two through ordinary Sudoku, and this one through unordinary Sudoku. So Medhi's point is that this is exactly a 6, which means that these are a 2-3 pair. This is a very, very elegant execution of this idea. Let's see. So 6 in this box is now in one of these spots. I don't know if marking that is exciting to anyone. Let's see. Oh, there's a 2, 3, 4 triple out of nowhere in this row. Thank you. So that means we should mark the rest of it. And we have to remind Mark that we just said there's a 2, 3, 4 triple, because Mark doesn't always listen. So I also know this is not a 5 because it looks at a 5 from below. This is a 7, 8, or a 9. So the rest is just anti-knight sudoku. Terrifying. So let's see. 1. Yeah, I guess I already had that marked even. That 3 in box 2, Constanza's pointing out, sees that 3. So, yeah, so if this was a 3, it would rule 3 out of both of these cells, but we've pencil marked that one of them is a 3, and so therefore that's a 2, and that's a 3. And therefore that's a 4, and a 3, and a 2, and a 4, and a 2, and a 3, and a 2, and a... Oh, no, sorry, not a 5. I got overexcited, as happens sometimes. But that was a lot of digits. We digited well. So let's mark up these cells just recreationally and these cells just recreationally. This is the only spot for 2 in row 4 or in box 6. Box 6 is slightly easier for me to see, keeping in mind that, actually, I don't even need anti-knight for 2 in box 6, which places the 2 in box 9 by previous pencil marks, and I think that's all the 2s. That is all the 2s. There's no 6s in those cells, so 6 gets corner marked into one of those cells, not that one, of course, and so that forces 6 down in here, joining the 4. So these are a 4-6 pair. And so these are now a known triple. Not a 6, not a 3 or a 5. So these are a 7, 8, 9 triple. So these are the other ones. So that one is only a 5, making these a 3, 6 pair, making these a 4, 8 pair. So that's not an 8. And indeed, these are a known pair as well now. So they're not 8. They're not 5. They're not one of those things, too. Oh, no, sorry. These are 6, 7, 9. Okay, sorry. And then these are 5 and 8. That's the point. Okay, so the fact that these are a 5, 8 pair tells me this cell's not 8 because it sees them both. Let's go ahead and mark this and see if anything similar happens. This cell sees a 5, 8 pair as well, so it's not 5 or 8. It's only 7 or 9. So that has given me a 6, 7, 9 triple in the row, which has forced this to be a 5 and that to be an 8, and made... actually, sorry, it has not made this anything. Oh, that's a 6, 7 pair, which has made this not 6 or 7, and made that not 6. Made these not 8. Those not 8. Let's see. Jovi Wing on 8s, I am being told. Yes, that unfortunately that just placed the 8 there. Yeah, YouTube will let you just suddenly be behind and not tell you about it. It's very strange. Okay, well, let me fill in these, because why not? Oh, if I fill in these, apparently I realize this can only be 3. Is that really true? It can't be 1, 2, 4, 5. It can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. Wow. That's weird. That's weird. These aren't 3. That's not a 6. It's not a 6. It's not a 6. I have to say, when I taught the Sudoku class... I was surprised by how into anti-knight almost all of the students immediately were, and they only wanted to set puzzles with anti-knight. And apparently when I started, I was the same, since I set this weird anti-knight monstrosity that we just did. 3 in box 6, I'm being told I can find if I look closely, and it's there. So that's a 1. So that's a 1. So now 3 over here is in one of these two spots. This isn't a 1 anymore. All of those are 1s. Let's see. Let's just mark up this. Yeah, the problem with anti-knight is that it tends to get out of hand very, very quickly in terms of, like, suddenly you enter a few clues and suddenly the grid is unique. This is not a 4 or 8, by the way, because it sees that. There is this crazy puzzle I had that I was trying to make where it was sort of like a sandwich, except the sandwich clues were between the first 2 digits at the top of the column of the previous column. So like if there was a 2, 3 here, this sandwich clue would be between the 2 and the 3, and then this sandwich clue would be between those 2 digits, and so on. And I noticed that if you used anti-knight, you could sort of really quickly sort of do a bunch of coloring and figuring out what happened with the crust and everything. But as it happened, what I actually ended up seeing was that actually the puzzle was unique after I put in like 4 clues, but it was nowhere near human pleasant to solve at that point, and I couldn't really figure out like how to add clues to make it human pleasant. So then I eventually gave up. Let's see. Garian says this sees both spots for 5 in... right. So in this column, one of these 3 cells is a 5, and this sees all of them, so it's never a 5. How did you spot that? 4 in column 7. 4 in column 7's in neither of these cells, so it is in one of these cells, which means in particular neither of these is 4, and also means that's not 4, because I have 2 4s in these 4 cells alone, so this would be a third 4 for the rows, so it's actually a 6. Meaning those are a 5, 7, and that's a 4. Meaning that's a 7, and that's a 6, and that's a 9, and that's a 6. These are not 9. These aren't 9. That's not a 6. That's not a 6 either, through some random anti-knight that I can't even find. Seriously, what anti-knight is it? Oh, no, there's a 6 in the column. I see. There we go. Okay. I understand now. Oh, wow, that's amazing, Ranksk. 7, 8 pair in this row completely at random makes a 3 there. Which makes a 3 there. Which makes a 5 there and a 3 there. Knock 6 out of there, 3 out of there, 5 out of there, 5 out of there. So that's a 7, 8 pair now. So that's not a 7. That's not a 7. It's a 6 or a 9. Sure. 8 in column 8. 8 in column 8 is only in one of these 2 cells. And therefore, the 8 in this is a 7. I realize that was not very well articulated, but you know what I meant. So that's a 5. So that's a 7 and a 5. This is not a 5. That's not a 5 either. These aren't 7s. That's not 5. That's not 7. That's not 8. That's not 7. That's not 7. That's not 5. Let's see. Oh, that 4, 8 pair looks down and makes that a 6, which makes that a 9, which makes that a 7, makes that a 5 and a 9, and an 8 and a 5, and a 9 and an 8, a 7 and a 9, a 6 and a 4 and a 7, and a... Apparently I wanted there to be a lot more 7s in the grid. 4 and a 4 and an 8 and an 8, and a 6, 4, 5, 7, 4, 9, 7, 8, 9, and our bet tree is an 8. Congratulations to all the 8 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. The benefits of pre-registering your bet tree. You never know when a surprise bet tree will appear. I have to say, anti-knight puzzles are a lot more appealing when you have the magic Sven scanning than they are when you don't have the magic Sven scanning. Really nice sort of intro puzzle. The back half, almost by necessity, had to be like, oh, and then it's just anti-knight stuff. But the setup of this idea was really gorgeous, of the sort of like, how do these things repeat and exactly what they are. Like the fact that just looking at the grid, you could identify that these were a 1-2 pair was very cool. Yeah, you have to hope that it's like a mean mini type of thing in order to win with 8 in a 6x6. Anti-knight irregular. Irregular is definitely one of those things where, like, if I'm in the mood for it, I can enjoy it, but there's a lot of irregular scanning hell puzzles. And I'm not so much into the, like, Jovi wing on 8s between region 6 and region 7 kind of thing that you end up with some of. It can be okay if it's at the end of a chaos construction and you've already pencil marked everything in sight anyway. Anti-knight is best with random finned jellyfish and forcing chains mixed in. Yes, exactly. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. We next have a puzzle by 99% Sneaky, which is one of these like odd counting sort of puzzles, and also a parity mirror puzzle. So let's have a look. So we are allowed to have normal Sudoku rules. And these are normal German whispers. So along a green line, digits have to differ by at least 5. So if you put a 2 here, for example, this has to be at least 7, but it could be 7, 8, or 9. Not that one. Sorry, this one would have to be at least 7, but it could be 7, 8, or 9. And the digits along the diagonal, the digits mirrored across the diagonal have to be opposite parities or the same parity? They have to be the same parity. So if these are either both even or both odd, is what this is saying. And the digit within a yellow circle indicates the number of odd cells found along the attached green line. So this counts the number of odds along this whisper. And so our gimme digit is this one. This is a 1. Because if this were a 2, it would be saying there were 2 odd numbers along this line, but 2 is not odd. So we can bring out Zach for the 1 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Whoa! Hey, Kodak. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Whoa! You're just in time for a 1 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So this can only be a 6 or an 8. Oh, interesting. These two are the same digit. I have no idea if I'm supposed to be coloring odd even or not odd even, but I'm going to color odd even for now. So these are all odd. I might also like circle X some stuff. We'll see. So these two cells are the same parity, which is the same parity as those two cells. Is an interesting little twist. And yeah, this is I think the third puzzle by 99% Sneaky I've done with these rules. Oh yeah, that's right. We should probably put down a bet tree somewhere like there. I've been doing bad at guessing bet trees lately though, so who knows. Okay, so this is even, so I should reflect it. So it reflects to there. So that's even as well. This is at most 3. And so, therefore, in terms of high-lowity, it's not 4, because, again, if it was a 4, it would be saying there are 4 things here. This is at most 4, because you can't put a 5 on a German whispers. And so that's going to let me sort of percolate the high-lowity along here. And what I mean by that is that when I sort of change by at least 5 from a 1, 2, 3, I know I'm going to get a number that's at least 6. And then this is going to be a low number as well. Likewise, these are going to be from 1, 2, 3, 4. These are going to be from 6, 7, 8, 9. And that will be that. This can't be a 6, actually. Simon likes to phrase that as that 6 is a monogamous digit. 6 only goes next to 1, because there's nothing else that's 5 away from 6. And so I'd have to put a 1 in both of those places if I did not do that. It doesn't sound great. Likewise, 4 is also a monogamous digit, so it can't go there. Yeah, I was noticing this quadruple is going to tell me that, in fact, the rest of the row is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and this digit's high, so I can sort of percolate these 6, 7, 8, 9s along here. This one can't be a 6 because of monogamy. This one can't be a 6 because of monogamy. I did not do that right. That one. I was close. That one's not 6 because of monogamy. That one's not 6 because of monogamy. That one's not 6 because of monogamy. So we've got all of that. Now, the fact that there's at least 6 odd digits on here is interesting, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see. Oh, there's almost no low digits in this box so far. Sadly, these two don't reflect to each other. Let's see. One of these is a 4. There's no way this is a 4, right? This is a 4. Maybe it could be. This one can't be a 6 because monogamy. Let's see. Right. If these are all odd, then if this is a 4, these are a 1, 3 pair, but then that's an 8, and that's not good enough. So that's not a 4. agree. This is 1, 2, or 3. I'm going to guess 1 also is not going to work. Right. If this is a 1, then I place a 4 here, because these would have to be a 2, 4 pair, and a 9 there. That doesn't work either. So this is only 2 or 3. Let's see. Can I do a similar thing here if this is a 1? No, I think it works if this is a 1, sadly. So this is at most 7, points out Gajuto. It's not 1 for sure. It's not 5 for sure. It's not 6 for sure because of the monogamy thing. It's not 4 for sure because of the monogamy thing. And so the only thing we have to really contemplate is, what is it if it's 7? And so if it was 7, the problem is that there's nothing I could put here. Because if this is 7, I'm saying every digit along this line is odd. But if it's 7, that has to be odd, but it would need to be a 1 or a 2. But 2 is even, and 1 is in the box. So, in fact, those are like that. This is low. These are high. That one's not a 6 because it's not next to a 2 or a 3. That one's not a 6. That one's not a 6. Because of the whole being next to 2, 3 business. That one's not a 4 because of monogamy. This I know is 1, 2, 3, 4 as well, and it's not 4 actually. So now that's a 1, 2, 3 triple in the column. So these are low. And that one I know is odd actually. These are high. That one I know is not 6. This one I know is... Oh, I did not do that correctly. Let's try that again. My German whispering is not very good today, apparently. These are low. These are high. That one's still not a 6. That one's still not... Oh, that one could be a 6, actually, because those could both be 1. Still got a 1, 2, 3 in the column. For what it's worth. DWeb says row 8, column 5 sees a 2, 3 pair. So the problem must be that this can't be a 1, right? If this is a 1, then I would need all of these to be even, and these would be a 6, 8 pair. And then the 6 would go next to a 1, right? So if this is a 1, it forces that to be a 6, but then that's a 1, and the 1 is wrong. So that's a 1. 1 is odd, and so therefore this is odd, and therefore that's not a 6 or an 8. Oh, DWeb saw it a different way? Oh, it's because of these two. Right, okay, so here's a much, much, much easier way to see the thing that DWeb spotted. These 2 3s are the same, and therefore they're not the same as that 2 3. So those 2 3s both see that, making this a 1. Same conclusion, I suppose, but that way was better. So this seems not to be able to be a 1. This seems not to be able to be a 1. Oh, bad reflection. Yes, yes. I'm doing all kinds of things wrong today. That orange goes there. So no 1 here, no 1 here. This can't be a 6 for lots of reasons, I suppose. That being one of them. Right, and this one is counting a thing. It's counting there's only one odd, so therefore that must be an 8, this must be a 2, and this must be a 6. Those are the only options that allow me to maintain there actually being that many things. And now this digit is odd just by magic. This digit is a 3 just by magic. This digit is a 4 by magic. 3 and 7, no matter how much it seems like it, are never far enough apart to make that work. That's a 9, so that's an 8. Let's see. And so I count now. There's needs to be a third odd, so that's a 1. Wow, that did a lot. That 2-3 pair was quite potent as it happens, and still not done yet, because that's still a 3. 2 or 3. 3 does not go next to 6 or 7. Still doesn't go next to 7. So these are an 8-9 pair. Okay, and so yeah, so I've got a 1-4 pair. Oh, but I have this marked as being odd. Oh, you should definitely set something with these circles. 4 is not orange. So that's a 1 and that's a 4. 4 is blue. So now I can do lots of coloring just to sort of go back to my roots. Yeah, there's lots of coloring and lots of reflecting to do now. So much happened all at once there. So this is even. This is even. That's even from that. Let's see. If I mirror this, I'm going to end up there, I think. So that's odd. If I mirror this, I'm going to end up here. So that's even. If I mirror that, I'm going to end up there. If I mirror that, I'm going to end up there. Oh, this is odd, by the way. And so that's going to be odd. Let's see. Okay, so I can do things like now this is a 6 or an 8. Those are a 6-8 pair now, so that's not 8 anymore. So now this is odd, which reflects to there. That was already known to be odd, actually, which reflects to there. So this is a 4, people are pointing out, because I have all the other evens in the row already. So those are both odd, which makes those both odd. These are a 4-6 pair, I suppose. Oh, 4 only goes next to 9, fun fact. This is not a 9. Let's see. Okay, so this is a low odd. It can only be 3, right? Yeah, this is a low odd. It can only be 3, and 3s don't go next to 7s, so this is a 9. This is a low even, so it's definitely a 2, which means that this is odd, which means that that's odd. 2 doesn't go next to 6, and 8 is also odd. Sorry, 8 is not odd. I said 8 is odd, but I did not actually mean that. This can't be a 7, because if this is a 7, it makes this odd, but there's no low odds available. So actually, this is 8. And therefore, this is the only available low blue. So we get that. So that's not an 8. This is a low odd, so it's 1 or 3, both of which seem technically possible at the moment. Currently, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 odds on this. So there are a maximum of 7. So this is never a 9. This is only a 6 or a 7, which means this can only be a 1 or a 2 because it's next to a 6 or a 7 on a Whispers, but it can't be a 2, so it is a 1. And now, funnily enough, whether this is a 6 or a 7, it's right, because it says there's 6 others, regardless. So we've got all of that happening. Oh no, chat is broken. Oh no, I can't do these puzzles by myself, chat. Yeah, Zegris has a lot of puzzles with this constraint that I've done 3 or 4 on stream. I've enjoyed all of them. So yeah, I definitely also would do that. Yes. So whether this is a 6 or a 7, this will be correct, right? Ah, okay, right. There's already 2 odds on this line, so therefore these are both orange. Garion is pointing out to me. Sorry, opposite. These are both blue, because we've already got our 2 oranges. And so therefore this is an 8, and that's an 8, and this is a 6, and that's an 8. I love to fill things in exactly the opposite way of how they are meant to be filled in. There's a negative constraint on circles. All possible circles are given. Okay. Good to know. And so the point is, if this were a 7, one of these would be circled. I see. Okay, so because all possible circles are given, and I know there's a 7 on this line that's not circled, this can't be a 7. It must be a 6. That is sensible, and so that 6 reflects... Did I literally already know that it was even because it reflected across the line like this? I did already know that it was even because it reflected across the line like this. So my entire debate was pointless. That is the conclusion that I have come to. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. This is not 6 or 8, so this is 2 or 4. I feel like I would definitely want to set this with a solver for the parity mirror business, because I would worry that the parity mirror would just break constantly. So I see a ridiculous thing that I'm going to use, which is that one of these 2 digits is 6, and so therefore 6 in this box can only go here. It's probably not envisioned, so therefore 6 goes here. And so some of those reflect. So, for example, this one reflects over to there, so that's now blue. This one reflects there, so that's now blue. That is 2 or 8. Oh, but this is also 2 or 4. So that's the only spot for 8 in the row because I have all the blues. So these are all orange. So that orange reflects there. Let's see. So that's all the blues for this column. So that's orange. That's blue because it's the last blue for the box. So it's a 2. It's all the oranges, all the blues for this column. So that's orange. So if I reflect that, that's blue. I guess I didn't even have to reflect it. If I reflect that, the bet tree is blue. Uh-oh, that's dangerous. This is the only place for 2 in this box, so that's a 4. Yes, that's a good spot. This is a naked orange. And what chat means by saying this is a naked orange, because it's one of my favorite phrases, is that this sees 2, 4, 6, and 8, and so therefore there's no even digit it could be, so it's definitely orange. And so that's the last orange for the box, so then that is a 2. Reflects all the way up there, making the last even for this box, which makes both of those orange. It also sees all but 1 odd, so the only digit it can actually be is 8. Let's try again. The only digit it can actually be is 7. Let's see. One of these is a 4. Sure. Okay. There's got to be a 6 in this box somewhere, and it can only go here. So we've got that. That mirrors over to here, which gives me the 4 for this row, gives me an orange for this box. It means that this is now a naked orange. Uh-oh, I mirrored it wrong. Did I? No, I think that time I was right. I think that 6 did mirror there. For once. 6 has to go somewhere in this box, and it can only go here, which sadly doesn't mirror anywhere. But I suppose it does let me say that this is a 4 because of odd maths. This is now known to be a 5, so that's a 7, and that's a 5. This is now known to be a 9. This is now known to be a 5. I'm just sort of like filling things in based on what I know about their parity. These two, if I look at them, are an odd and an even, just because of their parity mirroring. This is even because it's parity mirroring, and therefore those are both odd. So let's see. So now we get to look at things like this. This can only be a 3 or a 7. We have to finish the odds first, just for good manners. This is a naked 3. This is a 5 now because there's a 7-9 pair in the column. This is a 3 because it's the only one left in the column. It is true the parity constraint does make filling in Sudoku puzzles way more fun. These are a 7-9 pair of some description. These are from 1, 3, and 5, except that one's not 1 and that one's not 3. Let's see. There's a 1 no, sorry, there's not a 1 left. There's a 9 in one of these two. I don't know which one. Oh, these are a 5-7 pair. Oh, and I know which one it is, because that 7-9 pair looks at it. So this is only a 5, and that's a 7. And that's a 3, and that's a 1, and that's a 5. Good, good. That's all helpful. So a 7, a 9, and a 1. So that's the 1 that's going to go in here. This is a 7 or a 9. So that 7-9 pair glares at that cell. Oh, so this is a 5. I don't know why I didn't fill that in before. These are a 3-9 pair, and that's the 9, that's the 3, that's the 7, that's the 9, that's the 7, that's the 1. One of these is a 3, and it's not that one, so it is that one. So this is a 5. These are a 7-9 pair, and that's the 7, and that's the 9. So that's the 7, that's the 9, that's the 7, that's the 9. One of these is a 3, and it's that one. That's a 7. Okay, so we're oranging is good. So now we can do the blues. So that's a 4 and a 6, and a 4, and a 4 and a 6. That is a 2. And our bet tree is an 8. So congratulations to all the 8 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I feel like Ranks has done unusually well today. So very good. That was great. I enjoyed that a lot. I think I would not have put a negative constraint on circles. I feel like the negative constraint on circles was used either 0 times or 1 time, and is an easy rule to miss, so I would probably not have done it, but all right. I am going to take a quick break, and we can be back, and we'll do another puzzle. I'll be right back, so see you all in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. Let us do a Josh Johnson puzzle. So we have here a Renbon German Whisper puzzle. I know Josh was around earlier. I don't know if Josh is still around. I'm going to try that as the bet tree. Hey, Dorlir, I hope you're doing well. So we have the zeta bait here of having a black dot and some Renbon going on and all that sort of thing. These things need to be a string of consecutive digits in any order. The first thing I'm seeing is that this digit's a 1 or a 9. Do you have a better bet tree, Josh, or is this an acceptable bet tree? So anyway, to explain the thing that I've said, these are a string of consecutive digits in some order. If there was a 1 or a 9 on here, that would be either all the low digits or all the high digits. But as we discussed in the last puzzle, this whisper cannot have no high digits or no low digits. So the 1 and the 9 are actually here. That being because these three cells see the entirety of this weird jiggy Renbon. So those are there. Actually, these two do as well. See the entirety of this Renbon. Yeah, box 8 has the same sort of thing. Yeah, if I put a 1 or a 9 on this, then it will rule everything off of this. That's not going to work. So so the 1 and 9 need to go here. Agree with ranks that is correct. The point is row 2, dweb. If I put a 1 or a 9 anywhere on this Renbon, then I rule off all the lower, all the high digits from this whisper. Let's see. So yes, that's super smart. Okay. So if a Renbon of length 4 doesn't have a 1 or a 9 on it, it must have a 5 on it. So 2, 3, 4, 5, or 8, 7, 6, 5. So indeed, both of these Renbon have 5s on them. One of those 5s is not in row 2, and so one of them, therefore, is in this box. But, in chat's glorious observation that I would have taken a much longer time to figure out, this is not a 5, so definitely this is a 5. And we can bring out Zach for the 5 dance. Sorry that you're missing it, microstudy. Ba-boop, ba-doo. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doo. Wah! Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah! So this is 4 or 6. And 4 and 6 only go with 1 and 9 on a thing because of the monogamy thing. And we might want some coloring here. You can make this yellow and this orange to sort of separate the lows and the highs. Maybe yellow and... kind of want to use yellow. Yeah, I'm going to use yellow and orange, even though it's a little weird. So the yellow 4-6 is not on here. And so therefore, none of these digits can be yellow, because I can't get to a yellow digit without going through the yellow 4-6. And therefore, all of these digits are orange. And therefore, this digit is yellow, because I've used all 4 oranges, and it's not 5. So this digit is yellow. So orange in this whisper is there, because there can only be one high-low. And so this is the 1-9, because it's the same digit as that one. And these are both yellow. And now these are some 5s and some yellows. The yellow 4-6 is definitely on here. There's definitely a 5 up here. Yes, this digit is orange, is Garian's point, because this digit goes up here. And it's so it's orange. So it must be 4-6. Why can't it be 3-7? Because if it was 3, it would need to go with 6. Right. If it's 3 going with 6, the problem is that the 3 and the 6. I'm not sure yet. I'll figure it out. And I know there's a 5 up here. And the yellow 4-6 is definitely up here. Oh, in fact, actually, I know what these are now, because there's 2 yellows up here. So these have to be the yellow 1-9 and the yellow 2-8. So the yellow 3-7 and the yellow 4-6 are up here. So this is the yellow 3-7 and the yellow 4-6 and the 5. And what orange thing did those go with? Only the orange 4-6. Okay, it had nothing to do with the black dot. I was being misled by the black dot. It was about row 2. DWeb, because if I put something other than the yellow 1-9 and the yellow 2-8 up here, then I have to put the yellow 1-9 or the yellow 2-8 over here, and I don't have a way to connect those digits to an orange cell without going through the other yellow digits that I've now put here. So I've got the yellow, sorry, I've got the orange 2-8 and the orange 3-7 up here. So if this is a 4, this can't be a 2. Because if this is a 4, the 2's up here. So if this is a 4, this is always an 8. And if this is a 6, this is always a 3. And so this is always the other color, even though it's weird to figure out, at least for me, because of the way this works. Because if this is the orange 4... Oh, Paulfly says I did it wrong? Right, sorry. The orange stuff's over here. It's the yellow stuff that's up here. Sorry. The orange stuff's all over here. This is the only orange digit that's on this Renbon. Never mind. I did it wrong. So in fact, actually, the thing that's true is if this was orange 6, the yellow 3-7's up here. But if 6 is orange, the yellow 3-7 is a 3. So there's just no way this can be 6. This has to be 4. That's 6. That's 1. Okay. Fantastic. Orange worked out to be lows, just what I would have wanted. We'll go ahead and make it like that. So we can go ahead and fill that in. We'll make the 5 green for Casey. Love you, Casey. So these are 2, 3, 4. This is 5, 6, 7. So actually, this could be 2 or 8 as far as I'm presently aware. This is 7, 8, or 9 as far as I'm currently aware. Let's see. So what can this be? Well, this is not a 1 at the very least. Right. That's cute. That's adorable, Paul Fly. I know the 1 and 9 go in these 3 cells, and Paul Fly's point is the 1 and 9 don't go in exactly these 2 cells, because these 2 cells are the same color, and the 1 and 9 are different colors. So therefore, this is a 1 or a 9 that's not a 1, so it's a 9, is the way that I will phrase this. So that's a 9. Those are not 9. We do know one of those is a 5. I don't know which one. How do I know that that's the 5 and that's instead of that one, Kurabon? Let's see. It's true. There's no 4 6s or 1 9s on here, so these are all from 2, 3, 7, 8. And I can't put a 3 7 in the middle because it would have to go next to something that it doesn't go next to. It would have to go next to another 3 7. So this is a 2 8 of some description. I agree with that assessment. Okay. I don't think I know that this Renbon has a 5 yet. People are doing stuff with this, thinking about where these 2 digits go in this box, because these 2 digits go on each other's Renbons. And so one of them is a 5, and the other is a 4 6. Because these 2 things basically overlap in 2 digits. And the 2 digits they overlap in must be in the middle. One of them is definitely the 5, because I know one of these is the 5, but then the other's 4 6. So the point is that these are from 4 5 6, and that one's not 6. I think that is what people are trying to get me to believe. Oh, neither Renbon has a 2. Right. Whatever this digit is. So what's the other digit here? One of them's a 1. What if the other one's a 3? Well, then I've got a 2 on a Renbon that doesn't have a 3 on it. That's no good. And if I put a 4, then I've got a 4 on a Renbon that doesn't have a 2 I've got a 2 and a 3 on a Renbon that doesn't have a 4 on it. So this has to be a 1-2 pair. That's the thing that people were sort of implicitly doing in their head that I was not appreciating, is that this is this I know is a 1-2 pair. That's a sort of easy fill, but I was not appreciating it. And so once there's a 1-2 pair here, then one of these Renbon is 3 4 5 6, and the other is 8 7 6 5 4. And so the overlap between those is 3 4 5 6. So the overlap is 5 and 6, and so 4 is not in the overlap. because I know exactly what they are based on the fact that one of them contains an 8 and one of them contains a 3. And so therefore that's a 5 and that's a 6. And so this is green and this is orange. All right. And we can also fill out that there's a 4-5 pair here, because I need to place 4 and 5 in column 5, chat has spotted. And those 4 and 5 can only go here. And so once you do that, then people are noting that there's a 6 that you can place up here. And so this is the last 3-7 for the column. Because the 2-8 that's here goes with a 3-7 somewhere else, which has to go up there. Also, people are pointing out that the 5 only goes on the Renban once. So that's a 4 and that's a 5. That is smart. So that's green and that is blue. This must be the one that has the 3 on it. And so these are a 3-6 pair, and these are a 7-8 pair. Does mean that there's 8s down here, but we already knew that. 7 and 8 are orange. This cell sees every orange digit except for 9, annoyingly. There probably is a cell that usefully sees every something, something, something. Okay, so by sudoku, there's a 6 in one of these two cells, and crazy things happen if this is the 6. Which is that this becomes a 6, that becomes a 9, these become a 7-8 pair, that becomes a 9, these become a whole bunch of things. The world devolves into madness. I don't know that it breaks, but it's restrictive, we'll say. So, let's see. Do I know what this goes with? Let's see, if it's a 2, I guess it goes with an 8 or a 9. Only. And if it's an 8, then I guess it goes with a 2 or a 3. I do agree with ranks. There's definitely a 6 on here, because I've got to get down from 7, 8, 9. That's a smart spot. Okay, so ranks has a good way to think about it. There's definitely a 6 on this Renban, because it has a 7, 8, 9 on it, and it's length 4. That 6, together with that 6, kills 6 for this Renban, and therefore this Renban is always identically from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so this cell, which is not able to be 5, or 1, or 4, is always blue. And so these cells are some stuff. This is a blue-orange pair. And so because this is a blue-orange pair, and these are 3 more blues, that cell can't be blue, it's orange. And so it's a 7, which means that's not a 7. Means these aren't 7. Which means that these are... so this can't be 2, because then these would need to be... oh, right. This can't be 2, because then these would need to be 8, 8, and that's not going to work. So this is an 8 with a 2, 3. I was trying to explain that because I thought it was complicated, but then it turned out that there just was only room for one more orange in the column, so these both had to be blue. So this is not 2 or 3, it's 1 or 5. The other 2 or 3 is here. Or whatever that is worth. Let's see. So Ransk's point is, where does this digit go in this row? And the answer is exactly there. So this digit's an 8 or a 9. 8, 7, 6, 5. So these digits are always from 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. That one's not a 6. That one's not an 8. And I know that these digits see the 6, 7, and 8 from that. So these digits are never from 6, 7, and 8. And so these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. This one I know is not a 1 or a 2 either, and it's not a 5 or a 9. So this one can only be 3 or 4, weirdly. If I just think about the things that have to be on this Renbon and what it does to this. So this is from 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's not 5, actually, so this is also blue. One of these is definitely a 3, because it needs an odd. So these aren't 3. That's not 4. That's not 5 either. Let's see. These also see 6, 7, and 8. So these are also from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. At absolute most. Why isn't this allowed to be a 1? People have seen something else that I don't. I have not yet understood yet. So 6 in column 2 is placed, Ranks points out. No 6s in any of these because it would break this Renbon. No 6s there or there. So the 6 goes in one of these, and it can only of those go there. So I agree with that. And so I guess what we're really saying is one of these two is a 6. It's less exciting if you phrase it that way, though, so I like Rank's way of phrasing it better. Let's see. What are these digits? Why have I not filled them in? They're not 8 or 9. They're blue. Oh, so this is either all high or all low. And so the question is, which is it? Because if that 5 is actually very potent. So this is either all high or all low. And Chad is convinced it's not all high. It's all high. These are 7, 8. Oh, this is the thing that was like, you just had to look ahead 2 more steps from where you were, and it disproved the thing. I think this was a little too look-aheady to contemplate. There's definitely a 4 on this Renbon, and it's not neither of those 2 spots. I agree. There's a 4. So these cells don't include a 4. Yeah, and I can go ahead and fill in that I know that these are from 98765. And just see what that does, if anything. So this cell I know is not 6, 7, or 8. For whatever it is worth. Not necessarily a lot. Yeah, the other 2 3s also over here. Let's see. Right, that's a good spot. Okay, so Malrog points out there's only 1, 1, 5 on this Renbon, and it's there. So these are definitely not 1 or 5. They're definitely from 2, 3, or 4. So they're definitely blue, which does give us a 2, 3, 4 triple. Which means that one of these two is a 1. That's right. These are both orange for sure. Yeah, 5 is there or there. Is what I was looking at, but I don't know which one. So yeah, what can this be? So it's not 2, 3, 4 because of the thing. It's not 5 because it's on a whisper. It's not 6, 7, or 8 because those digits all appear on this Renbon. So this is always a 1 or a 9. It's just a question of which 1, 9 it is. Well, Ron, this 8, 9 and those 8, 9 are the same 8, 9. Because this 8, 9 needs to go somewhere in this row, and it goes there. So I agree it sees the whole Renbon in that 8, 9, but that's the same digit twice. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to subcolor this into new colors. Got it. Okay, there we go. That's how people are doing it. So I now invent a new color for this 1, 9. I don't think it has anything to do with the pencil mark at all, actually. I think it just has to do with this. And so the point is that this purple now tells me that because I know this Renbon is either all yellow or all purple, the fact that this is purple tells me it's all yellow. And so, therefore, these digits are all purple. This all makes sense now. So, therefore, let's see. That cell and that cell are one of them is the last yellow. So that cell's purple or 5, and that cell's purple or 5. Let's see. If yellow is high, there's no 6s. Yellow is high, isn't the 6 there? This, I liked it once it's framed in terms of coloring this whisper, at least this part. Oh, that's gross. Okay, that's pretty gross. So yeah, so the point is the yellows are these. I don't know which of these is yellow, but one of them is. And so the way that chat is seeing this, which is gross. I 100% agree with Selena that this way of phrasing this is gross. None of these cells can be 6, but all of the yellows are in here, so therefore yellow cannot include 6. I really liked this. I'm sure there's a good way to do this, because all of this coloring makes it sort of feel all connected in a way that the sort of caring about 6 specifically in column 9 does not. But this coloring feels very organic and natural. There's probably a way to do it. But anyway, the point is yellow's not high, yellow is low, and purple is high. And so there's a 6 there. And so that's a 1. This is a 2, 3, 4. This is a 7 or an 8. This is a 7, 8, 9. This is a 7, 8, 9. Yellow was high. Where does 8 go on the Renbon? Let's see. I have to rewind now to see what that would look like. Okay, so yeah, I guess I kind of like that one. I think I like that way better, Doot Newt. If yellow is high, and maybe this is a little silly, but this 7-8 pair here is what sort of should... That feels a more natural pencil mark to look at than the 6. And so this, if yellow is high, these are a 7-8 pair, as we've said, but also that's a 9, and so this is a nothing. That feels slightly more natural to me than the other way, but both are a little... Both feel out of step with the rest of the puzzle to me. So this has become a 5, and hence green. And hence this has become orange. This is not a 6, so this is a 7, 8, or a 9. It's not an 8 either. This is a 3 or a 4 for sure because of the pencil marks in the row. That's not a 1 or a 4. That's not a 1. There's a 3-6 pair looking at this. Garian has spotted, which has made this a 2. Has made this not a 2, made these not a 2. That's a 3-4 pair, making this a 1. Making this not a 1. Let's see. This is not a 2. Let's see. What else can we do here? Right. Ha 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 ha. That's very cute. Okay. I love Rank's point. These two are the same digit. And the reason for that is that both of them see this triple of the other orange digits. So both of the black circles are the 4th orange digit that's not one of the ones I have highlighted, and therefore they're the same. And therefore this isn't a 6, and therefore that is. Which is very nice. I often use that kind of logic when setting. Seems to be a 7, 8, 9 triple in this column, for whatever that is worth. I don't know that it does anything. This is now orange because it sees every blue digit in 5. So this is 7, 8, or 9, and so now all of these are blue. That was Screaming Ice Cube. Thank you, Screaming Ice Cube. And so these are from 2, 3, 4. That gives us a 2, 3, 4 triple in this row, so this is not 2 or 3. Right, okay. Oh, welcome, Pool. Happy to have you here. Yes, Cracking the Cryptic has done delightful things, and I'm happy to have you as a subscriber now. Yeah, there's a whole lot of Sudoku community out there nowadays, which is fantastic, and I'm very happy to have you be part of it. 4 in box 5 has been called. No 4 goes there. So the 4 in, because of the 2, 3, 4 triple. So 4 in box 5 goes in one of these two cells, and probably not in the one with the thing in the column. So that's the 4. So no 4 goes there. That was really, really nice. This cell. Right. This cell, Garian has a beautiful spot. All the lows are in the box, but also this cell sees all of this Renbon because that cell and that cell are the same by Ranks' point. So this is a naked single 5 is Garian's spot, making this orange. So this is a 7, 8, 9, but it's apparently not an 8 for some reason. So these are a 7, 9 pair, which makes that an 8, which makes that a 9, which makes that a 7 and a 9. The fact that this is a 7 makes this a 2, which makes that a 3 and a 4. That's a 3 and a 2. That's the 9. That's the only place for the 9 now. That's a 2 and a 7. Going on over there. Oh, that's become a 9. So there's no 5 on this Renbon anymore. All of it is orange. In fact, that's just a 6 only. This is a 1 only, so I'll fill it in. This is a 2 or a 5. Those aren't 2, so that is 2. This has become 8. I think a lot of people knew what this was a long time ago, but I certainly didn't. This is a I But some people figured out what the coloring was of this whisper a while ago, but at no point did I sort of understand how it worked. But I think people were correct. There's a 5 in this column somewhere, and it must be there. There's an orange here, and it actually has to be an 8. There's some random pencil marks to put in the rest of the grid. Also, this is a 7 by cloning. This is blue and orange. That is an 8 and a 7. This is a green and a orange. Uh-oh. Stop it! And an orange, thank you. So this is a 4 and a 3. This is a blue and a green. And an orange. These are both blue. These are both orange. We've got an 8 and a 7, and a 2 and a 1, an 8 and a 7, and a 9 and an 8, and a 3 and a 2. And this is an orange and a blue. 6 and a 3, 9 and a 6. This has become a 1 out of nowhere. So that's a 4 and a 9. Probably not. A 4 and a 1, how about? This is our last green. I'm just not putting any more in the grid. So this has become a naked blue. This has become a naked orange. The tree is going to work out to be orange. Some members of the community claim to know what it's going to be, but I think you can't know until the last digit is filled in. And it looks to me like our last digit is again an 8. Oh, crap. Sorry, we couldn't have known what it was until we got to that over in box 3. Let's calculate again. It might be a 13 this time, though. No, it's still an 8. Shockingly enough, it is still an 8. Excellent puzzle, Josh. I enjoyed that a lot. This one step over here was mucky, although we found a couple different we found a few different paths through it, and it wasn't super narrow. There was a 7-8 here that's sort of clear that you should look at it. But I really enjoyed that. That was a very elegant grid overall, and glad to see you setting puzzles again. I've not done a Josh puzzle in a little bit, so I'm very happy to see this again. Alrighty, I'm going to be right back, and I'll come back with another puzzle. So see you all in just a shortly. Welcome back. We next up have a region product line puzzle, which I have never done before. This one's by Dorlir, Prof. Dory on LMD. And so this works exactly if you heard the phrase region product line and know what a region sum line is, it works the way that it sounds like. The rules are a bit ambiguous about whether it works the old way or the new way, but then in the example it makes it clear. So I'll just explain it, and you can read the example if you don't believe my interpretation. Each time the line enters a box, we sort of restart. And so we have the product, as in when you multiply these two together, you get the same thing as when you multiply these 4 together. You get the same thing as when you multiply these 3 together. And so the thing that was not sort of crystal clear in the rules is what happens when you re-enter. But when you re-enter the box, you restart. And that's clear in the example, fortunately. So we have all of that. I'd ideally prefer not to have to prove which interpretation of the rules is correct. In an ideal universe, but yes, I agree with Selena that if we interpreted it the old way that region sum lines used to work, that the fact that this is a product of 6 digits would be problematic. Okay. So, first observation, 5 and 7 are prime, and there's only one number divisible by 5 and one number divisible by 7 in any particular box, and therefore 5 and 7 do not appear in my product, because I would only be able to put 1 5 in here, and numbers factor uniquely into primes. And therefore, the 5 and the 7 are always off the lines in every box. So we can do some 5-7 doku, presumably. So these are a 5-7 pair by the column, is one thing we can notice. Because they're the only place, that's the only place for 5 and 7 in the column. We can probably do other Sudoku stuff if we're clever enough. These are a 5-7 pair because I need a total of... Oh, no, sorry, never mind. Sorry, I did not count correctly. Well, there's probably more 5-7 Sudoku we can do, because I presume that's going to be what we want to do for our break-in. But that means that we need to think only of things that are divisible by 2s and 3s. And if we're thinking about things that are divisible by 2s and 3s, the product of 2, 4, 6, and 8... how many 2s are in there? A total of... that's a total of 5 2s. 2, 4 is 3, and 8. No, 6. It's a total of 6 2s. So the product at most involves 8, and probably does involve 8. And likewise involves, for powers of 3, involves at most 9. So it would work out really nicely if the product is 72, because then these could be an 8-9 pair, and we could be off to the races, so to speak. Let's see. Constanza's looking at column 6, where we only have sort of 3 spots where we can hide a 5 and a 7. One of them's over here, for sure. That one, whichever one it is over here. Agree with that. I think it's almost certainly 72. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is the most elegant way to say that it has to be 72. Is it to think about what the minimum possible number of 2s we could have in a product of 6 different numbers that aren't 5 and 7 is? It's like... So I guess one way to think about it is the product of these numbers is a square. And so whatever number joins the 5 and the 7 must itself be a square, because the product of 1 through 9, if you divide out the 5 and the 7, I think we just verified is a square, right? 9 factorial divided by 5 times 7, I think we decided it's 2 to the 6th times 3 to the 4th. And so this 5 and 7 are always joined by a square, and so they can only be joined by 1, 4, or 9. I think, if I did that math correctly. Do people agree with that? 5, 7, and 1, 4, or 9. And whether it's 1, 4, or 9 is going to dictate everything about the world. So is it 2 to the 7th? 2 to the 7th would be better. Because if it's 2 to the 7th, then I know what number goes here. So 2 times 4 is 2 cubed. Times... it is 2 to the 7th. It is 2 to the 7th. Okay, sorry. There's 1, 2, and 2. There's 2 2s and 4. There's 1, 2, and 6. And there are 3 2s and 8. So that's 2 to the 7th. So that means we actually need an extra 2 over here. So this needs to be 2 times a square. And so the number that joins the 5 and the 7 needs to be 2 times a square. And the only number that is available that has that form is 2. So this is a 2, 5, 7 triple. Because I think my calculation that it's 3 to the 4th is correct. Oh, it could be 8. Sorry, you're right. It's 2 or 8. You're correct. Yes, ranks we do because of the example, but I agree it is not not well put up. I agree the maximum product is 72. So yeah, we're omitting 2 or 8, which means we definitely have 1 on one of the lines. Let's see. If both 8 and 9 have to be on the line in column 3. Ah! That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous, D-Web. Okay. D-Web's way of doing this is way smarter than the way I've been doing this, which is that by column 3, the product is divisible by 8 because one of the lines has an 8 on it, and the product is divisible by 9 because one of the lines has a 9 on it, and therefore it's divisible by their least common multiple, which is 72. But also we've proven in 6 different ways that 72 is the maximum product, so therefore the product is 72. That is the punchline. And if the product is 72, that means that we really have 257 there. That's gorgeous. That is really, really good. I know Dorlir is often around, but I will get high commendation if that was the intention. So therefore, since the product is 72, these are 8, 9. I need to put an 8 and a 9 in this column, but if I put them... Oh, I could put 8, 9, and 1 on here. That's a little bit annoying. Very tragic. Let's see. Yeah, we got that one, that 8, 9 for free. So now what do we do? Right, so we need to... No, re-entering does reset the sum. Sorry, if I said doesn't, I meant does. The example makes clear that it does because it says that these 4 multiply together to these 2. The rules are not written very well, but, you know, you can't expect Sudoku people to write their rules super well. So these now need to multiply together to be 8 times 9. So I need 2 3s. So that means I need the 3 and the 6. And then what else do I need? I need 2 more 2s. So this has got to be 3, 4, 6. Is that right? Did I do that math correctly? We've got a 9 and we've got an 8. I think that's right. So therefore, these are 1, 2, 5, 7. These are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these need to be 1, 8, 9 in order to actually multiply to be 72, which means that this is a 2 and is our first digit. So let us get our 2 dance on. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. You've had to do a lot of dancing today. We've done a lot of puzzles. This could be... These need to multiply together to be 36, but I think there's a few different ways to do that. Probably. The outies do need to include a 5, a 7, and a 2. So these are also 2, 5, 7, as has been pointed out by a few people. That gives me a 1, 2, 5, 7 quad. So these are the numbers that are not 1, 2, 5, or 7 to go across here. Yeah, and I guess those all work with the thing there. Right, I do need a 4. So if I think about it here, so people are encouraging me to think more about this. I need the product to be 36. I need to get 2 2s exactly. I can only get that from a 4. And so then the product of the other two numbers needs to be 9, but I can't do 3 times 3, so I have to do 1 and 9. And so this is 149 exactly, which makes that an 8 and that a 9, and makes me know what these numbers are as soon as I remind Mark that they're not 5, 7, 1, 4, or 9. So these are 3, 6, 8. So we have all of that. So these aren't 1 anymore. These are only from 2, 5, 7. Putting a 9 over there. There's only a 1 over here. Let's see. Okay, so there's a 2, 5, 7 triple in this column, I think is what Nicholas is pointing out. So we have left in the column 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not 8 or 9. And so Nicholas is pointing out I can't put a 1 on here. And I can't put a 6 on here either. So these are either 3, 4, or 8, 9. Those are the only options for what this can be. This certainly can't be a 9 because it's on a white dot. 1 in box 2 is with an 8 and a 9. That's a good point. So one of these is 1, 8, 9, and it's not that one. That's really clever. Okay, good spotting, D-Web. So there's a 1 in this box, and 1's not going to affect your product very much. So it has to go with an 8 and a 9 if I want to get to 72, but I can't put 1, 8, 9 there because it would break that. So these are the 1, 8, 9, and then these are the other ones, the ones that aren't 1, 8, 9, or 2, 5, 7. These are 3, 4, 6. Now, this can't be a 5 anymore, and this can't be a 9 anymore. So one of these is a 9, and that's not. Let's see. Yes, box 8, we get to do exactly the same thing, Malrog points out. We need to put a 1 in the box somewhere. It's going to go in a length 3 line. It's going to have to go with an 8 and a 9, and therefore I can't put it here. So therefore, these are going to be 1, 8, 9. And these are going to be the other ones. These are going to be 3, 4, 6 again. And so now we know exactly what these digits are. Because we've got a 3, 4, 6 triple in the row. So these are from 1, 2, 5, 7. Well, they're not 5 or 7. Sorry, so the ones on the white dot are not 5 or 7. They're 1, 2. And so this is not 1, 2. That's not 2. So there is indeed a 2 in one of these cells, which means those aren't 2. To make that work, there's a 5 up here, because for some reason, oh, right, because that wasn't a 5. So there's a 5 up here that peers down and means that's not a 5, chat is pointing out. So therefore, this is not a 4 anymore. This is a 3 or a 6. Let's see. Jay claims that if I don't put a 1 on this line, the product is too big. So 2, 3, 4, 6 is too big. 2, 3, 4 is 24 times 6. Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 6 is too big. So I do agree I need a 1 on the line. So that's a 1 and that's a 2. Yeah, because 2, 3, 4, 6 is it's double. It's double 72, I believe. It's more than 72 in any event. So likewise, there's a 1 in one of these cells because I'm going to need a 1 on this line. So these aren't 1, and that is, which makes that a 2. Makes those not 2. That's not 1. That 5, 7 looks down. Oh, I put a 1 not on the line. Isn't putting a 1 not on the line almost as good as putting a 1 on the line? The 1 is on the line, which is a little disappointing. Uh, close, close. I can place a 1 in row 8 if I enjoy that. Yes, I can place a 1 in row 8. I'll take that. So 3, 4, 6 would be the absolute smallest I could get, and 3, 4, 6 is 72. Okay, I agree. These are 3, 4, 6. So the point is, because 1 and 2 are gone, the absolute minimum, and this was at 11 who pointed this out, the minimum I could do is 3, 4, and 6. Again, I can't put a 5 and a 7 on this line ever. And so 3, 4, 6 is the minimum, but those already multiply to 72. So that is good. So these are not 3, 4, or 6. They are 8, 9, which makes this the other 5, 7 for the world. Let's see. I thought that was going to do something. It sounded promising, but I don't think it actually did anything, which is disappointing. Let's see. I definitely need a 1 here. If I make this a 3, 4, and I'm not allowed to use 3 or 4 on the line, is there any way I can do it in 4 cells? Because removing 3 and 4 sounds bad. Would have to do 1 and 9, and then 2 digits that multiplied to be 8. I don't think that works. If I take off the 3 and the 4, by making this a 3, 4, I don't think I can do it. Because now, I guess the other way to think about it is the smallest you could possibly do is 1, 2, 6, 8. But that's already 96. So this is not 3, 4. This is 8, 9, and that's a 1 over there. So that's not a 1, and it's not an 8 either. So we've got that. Can color the 3, 4, 6s. It's true. There's no 9, so I need both the 3 and the 6, or I'm not going to get enough 3s. So these digits are not 8 or 9 or 3 or 6 for sure, and there might be other things they can't be, like these ones can't be 1. Actually, I need a 1 on the line because it's length 4, and we already know that trick as well. This 5, 7 goes here. So this I know is a 5 or a 7. I actually should know exactly what's left over if this product is going to be 72, because I know what the product... So I just need to take 9 factorial, divide it by 9 and 8, so I'm at 7 factorial, divide it by... Wait, this is the backwards way to do it. The product of these needs to be 2 times 5 times 7. That's the way to do it. Because we know that 9 factorial divided by 72 is 2 times 5 times 7. We did that up here. So actually, I can't possibly put a 4 over here. These are just 2, 5, 7. And in fact, that's the 2. So we need to put a 2 in one of those 2 places over there. Can never get enough factorial. It's definitely true. Okay, so these are not 5 or 7 or 8 or 9. They're 1, 3, 4, and 6. But this one I know is not 1 because I've got a 1, 8, 9 going on in the column. One of these is 1 because the box has a 1, so this isn't 1. Yeah, and that is the 1, 3, 4, 6. If this were 3, 4, 6, it creates forbidden Jovi wings. Oh, wow, that's amazing. This can't be 3, 4, 6. That's beautiful. Okay, so if this is 3, 4, 6, I make these 3 cells a 3, 4, 6 triple because of that alignment, is Selena's point. And that does not work. So if I don't use a 1, can I get away without being 3, 4, 6? Yeah, I could do 2, 4, 9 is still fine, right? 2, 4, 9 is fine. So I don't necessarily need to be 1, 8, 9. Oh, but 9 is 9 now required? Oh, so Eleanor's asking what a Jovi wing is. So the point of a Jovi wing is this. So these 3 orange digits, what Selena was saying is if these are also the 3 orange digits, I need to place those 3 orange digits into column 9. But we can't place them in either of those boxes, so these 3 would be the same thing. And so a Jovi wing is any time you have the same digit locked into the same 2 columns in 2 different boxes. So in this case, those 3 digits and these 3 digits are sort of living in the same places, and so it forces them into the 3rd column in the last box. It's like almost an X-wing if you've heard of an X-wing, but it's not quite an X-wing. So the point here that was eventually explained to me is because this can't be 3, 4, 6, the point is I can't be getting my 2 3s from a 3 and a 6, and therefore I'm getting my 2 3s from a 9. So there's a couple ways to do it, but I always get a 9 here. And so to show you the whole Jovi wing thing again, here's the... Oh, yellow is a terrible color. Here's Jovi wing part 2. There's a 9 in one of these 3 cells, and there's a 9 in one of these 2 cells. So therefore, I can't place a 9 in either of these cells, or it would be a third 9 for row 5 and 6. So those aren't 9s, and that is. Those are 1, 4. I don't know if that did anything, but it was a good second application of a Jovi wing. And so we either have a 2, 4 or a 1, 8 to go here. Is one of those bad? Not that I see that. It is true that there's a sort of more fancy technical name for... So there's an X-wing, something is a little bit more complicated than that, which is similar. But yes, there's a technical distinction, which is why I always say the other name for that one. Row 8, column 9. It's on the line in box 3 by Sudoku. So the other one can't be. Right, so there's a 1, 8, 9 triple looking across here, and this 8, 9 looking up. And so Garian's point is 1 of 8 and 9 is on here. And so the other one is not. So 1 of 8 and 9 is over here. So these can't be 8 or 9. Okay, I agree with that, but I'm not sure what to do with it immediately. Let's see. I'm tempted to go into Rank's idea of starting coloring things, because there's a lot of colors or a lot of things we can try and color. Let's see. Medhi suggests we start modestly by coloring the 5 7s. I'm game for that. So this is green. This is yellow. So the idea here is I'm just marking that I know there's two different 5-7s, and I'm just arbitrarily starting here and saying, well, one of these is the 5 and one of them is the 7. I don't know which is which. And then I'm just marking them with colors. So now this green 5-7 is that one. And this might or might not at any point be useful. We'll find out. Green in row 1. Right, in row 1. Ah, gorgeous. Okay, in row 1, I can't put 5 and 7 on the green, or sorry, on the yellow line. It can't go there or there, so green actually can only go here. Okay, that was slick. Now, what else can we do? I was sort of expecting to use it by noting things like that this cell can't be 5 or 7 because it sees both yellow and green, but that doesn't necessarily seem useful. Ah, that's a really good point, Screaming Ice Cube. So we know there's an 8 or a 9 on this line, but not both. But Screaming Ice Cube has the point that if there's an 8 on this line, I need 3 numbers that multiply together to be 9, and I can't do that. So there's not an 8 on this line, there's a 9 on this line, and there's an 8 in one of those two cells, specifically. That's really clever. And so that 8 glares down and actually gives us a digit down here, making that a 9 and that an 8. And so this is actually 9, 1, 2, 4, is what it has to be. It doesn't have any other choices. Because I need 3 digits that multiply to 8 to go with it. And surely that does something, perhaps, maybe. It does, because now one of these two is a 2, and that looks down and says that's not a 2, but we seem to have marked that 2 goes over here. And now if I'm not allowed to use a 2, my product to 8 is 1, 8, 9 here, because the other option was 2, 4, 9. Neither of those is the 8. So that is a 1, 9, and that is an 8, which makes that a 9 and that an 8. Makes that a 1 and that a 9. Makes that an 8, a 4 and a 1. Oops. A 4 and a 1. Sorry, 8. That's not 1. That's not 4. That is 1 now. By magic. In fact, these are now a 2, 4 pair. So these are a 1, 9 pair. So this is a 2 or an 8, and it's not a 2. By the column. So it's got to be an 8 with a 9 there and a 1 there. That's a 1 and an 8 and a 9 and an 8 and a 9 and a 1. And an 8 and a 9 going on. So let us dump some digits in these cells and note that they're not 2 or 4. So these are 3, 5, 6, and 7. Got it. Okay. And now we know where the yellow 5, 7 is in row 1. Agree, which makes this a 2 and makes this the yellow 5, 7. And now 2 in row 1 is there. So that's a 4. Thank you, Ranks. So these do not have 1, 5, 7, or 9 on them. So every white dot has an odd number, but actually by Sudoku, I know that odd number is not 1, 5, 7, or 9. So therefore it is 3. And actually there's a 3, 6 pair looking at it. So in fact, that's the 3. So that's a 3. And so this is a 2 or a 4. And I inexplicably don't know which it is. Actually, I do now, because that's a 2, because it's not 5, 6, or 7. So that's a 4, which has made that a 7. And Casey has, again, made the green one turn out to be 5. Beautiful. Well done, Casey. We appreciate your presence. I feel like this makes it sound like Casey is dead when Casey is not in fact dead. No 4 here, no 7 here, no 5 here. So we can fill these in. We've got all of that stuff going on. Probably 7 is not next to 3. That's the sort of thing that's always going to take me 6 years to find. No 6, no 6. Maybe I should ask myself which of these numbers is next to 2 while I'm remembering that I'm never going to figure it out if I don't actually make myself look at it. Probably a good idea to use a white dot, if I'm honest. 5, 7, 4, 6, 5, 3, 4, 6, 3, 3, 6, 4, 3, 4, 6, 3, and the bet tree is a 4. But there's a doubler there, so rank squints. Using white dots is cheating. It does feel that way. Every once in a great while, I get to do one of these puzzles that involves like the factoring of these things, and it's. I don't think it's a very deep thing, but it's a thing that every once in a while someone sets a really cool puzzle with, and this was definitely a really cool puzzle to figure out. So yeah, I like 3 times a year, I think, is the optimal amount of times for me to do puzzles about the product of the numbers between 1 and 9. But this was a very, very cool one. White dots are always added at the end to disambiguate, so you have to respect the setting process and delay their use as long as possible. That is fair. This is a very beautifully articulated puzzle, Dorlir. I quite enjoyed that. All right, but that about brings us to the end of today's stream. Welcome to all the new folks. We've got a bunch of new folks chatting around today. Mr. Don became a new fan, so thank you very much to Mr. Don as well. If you are new, please do subscribe. We greatly appreciate it. And I'll be streaming again on Sunday, so you can look forward to that as well, and I hope to see you all around. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream, however you do it. We really do appreciate it. If you want to support the stream, you can do it for as little as $5 a month by clicking the join button and get some cool things like the green names you see in chat, the various Zach emotes you see flying around. At higher levels, you can vote on what puzzle we start stream with. If you are someone who has voting privileges which I know many of you are, many puzzles have been added to the bucket since you probably last looked at it. So go on a voting bonanza and vote for whatever puzzles you would most like to see. So hopefully we'll get some votes in there and have an exciting thing. Anyway, but thank you very much to everyone. Please do like the stream on your way out if you've not yet done so. And again, I always end by thanking the people who donate at the tip-top level. So David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, Danita, and Nico. Thank you so much. I did see Nico around today, which was great. It is a deep bucket. Yes. We'll ever do a bucket dive. Yeah. I mean, I had been doing a bucket dive because I had been putting off adding puzzles to the bucket for so long. We had dived quite deep into it. But anyway, I hope everyone is doing well, and thanks for watching. Bye for now.